How's everybody doing? Tonight, we're here to play a Mario Kart Wii mod called Retro Rewind. And it's a mod that has been making the rounds these past few years and something I've known about for a bit. But I just wanted to play something chill tonight with the crazy month that I've had. Oh, I'm gonna go into a little bit of that later. But for now, let's focus on the thing at hand tonight, Mario Kart. Going without camera tonight, I just kind of want to chill and relax to play some Retro Rewind, so we got our PNG tuber out and about here. He'll be taking the reins here, showing you how this mod works. So, let's go ahead, swap over to the main feed here, as we have some explanation to do. This is a mod of Mario Kart Wii that takes retro tracks, as the name implies here. Let me zoom it in so it'll be easier to read. You can experience every retro track, and they're not kidding by that, from Super Mario Kart all the way up to the newest game, Mario Kart World. So you got courses from pretty much every single Mario Kart featured here in Retro Rewind. And the big thing in particular is some of these games, like with the Mario Kart Tour and World ones, these are a work in progress. They are tracks that are taking some time to get made, which makes sense because they're new games, but there's still so many tracks in this specific title. Over 208 currently are in Retro Rewind, which is a lot of courses. So we got a lot here to experience, but one thing to note is that this, in some fashion, I would say would be kind of like a spiritual successor to another Mario Kart distribution we've had for many years, and that would be CTGP Revolution. This specific channel came out January 2014, and even then, this is older than 2014. CTGP for Mario Kart Wii has been around since the Mario Kart Wii days itself. I wouldn't say right around launch, but it wasn't terribly long after the game came out on the Wii. A few years later, then this specific channel came out. This was the way people were playing Mario Kart Wii custom tracks for many years, and some were featured here. Like if I take a look at this shot, for example, some tracks in this distribution were retro courses, like with GameCube, Mushroom Bridge, or GBA Rainbow Road. These were courses that were not in Mario Kart Wii. So these were added to this specific distro. But the thing is, with CTGP, courses here constantly get rotated out. And you need to play specifically on original hardware. So either a standard Wii or a Wii U. That's kind of the big limitation, as you do need your physical Mario Kart Wii disc to play CTGP. This specific mod has kind of aged now to a point where it's still used for competitive play, but it's starting to fall behind in other aspects. This is where Retro Rewind comes in, as this is a more modern take on Mario Kart Wii, adding all the courses from previous games, but it's also adding new original custom tracks, just like CTGP has. Not even just to mention, this works between consoles, so Wii and Wii U, just like the CTGP distribution. But then there's this one here, Wheeled Wizard PC Launcher. This also works, Retro Rewind, works on Dolphin Emulator, and you can play online using the Retro Wi-Fi connection servers. It's not using the same Wi-Fi servers as other distros use, which helps keep the game compatible between original hardware and also emulators. So if you don't have a Wii or a Wii U lying around to play Mario Kart, you can still play this mod, and you can play it online too, which is a huge deal for a lot of people. Not to mention that it's very easy to set up. It's just a couple clicks and you're done here. So it's a very, very easy mod to get set up, but I'm going to play a little bit of this between the console and on PC just to showcase how it works, but I'm mainly going to be playing on my actual Wii, as that's just where I've been playing some of this already. You can play between either system, but if you are wanting to play, you're going to want to stay specifically on one system so that you can go ahead and keep your leaderboard score and all that, because this game does have a leaderboard system as well. It's a pretty healthy community. As you can see right now, 94 players are online with 10 active rooms currently in Retro Rewind. And you can see the statuses of all the different rooms too, and also the average VR, which is another thing. Mario Kart Wii's VR system has been capped at 9999 since its launch, including with all of the custom distros, including CTGP. But in Retro Rewind, there's basically no cap. These VR scores are insane, and in fact, just looking at some people's VR scores, you can see these are in the 5 digits, which is insanely high. But if I go and check VR leaderboard, this will show you the current standings of the players in Retro Rewind. As soon as I scroll down here, you can see this is just going to show the top 7 because of how I have this formatted. Yeah, VR is pretty high. People have been getting up to the 6-digit mark already. Over 100,000 points. I believe, from what I heard, this Mario Kart Wii distribution's VR system goes up to 1 million? Which, that's insanely high, if I heard that correctly. So, you could be playing this game for the rest of your life, and still probably not even have max VR, based on how things are spread out in this game. It's insane. For reference sake, I can search my name, and here's my character. My VR is a little over 7,000. It's not much. And some of this did carry over from my Mario Kart Wii profile, so some of it is VR I had back in like 2009? Maybe is the last time I played online for MK Wii. It's been a hot minute. So a lot of this was gained within about a couple hours of playing. I mean, I last played this, as you can see, 4 weeks ago. That's pretty accurate. This also has VR tier list and everything. Like this is a pretty packed mod, just to say the least. So I'm looking forward here to playing it tonight, just to kind of vibe out with some Mario Kart and just have a good time in general with some Retro Rewind. Something I've been meaning to stream for a bit, just to showcase this to the community, because this is such an ambitious title, having so many retro tracks and a majority of the Mario Kart courses in this game already. There's already a good healthy amount of Mario Kart World courses too, which we'll be taking a look at here. But I think without any further ado, I think it's time for us to actually get into the game itself. So let's go ahead and do just that. Hide that monitor, get rid of that, and let's go right to the Wii menu itself and use the channel launcher. That's for Retro Rewind. It's also giving me a good opportunity because I do need to change my screen here, so I do need a quick moment to get that all situated. Alright, here we go. So, in the past, the only Mario Kart distribution that had a channel was CTGP. So this is how you would have played this specific Mario Kart Wii mod. You just launch it through a channel. All the other ones in the past have gone through Revolution, which is basically just a mod loader for Wii. So you would go through this specific channel for other distros. And there's a lot of Mario Kart Wii mods out there, and most of them use Revolution. But Retro Rewind takes the CTGP route and makes a channel. So this makes it so much easier for people to keep up to date with this mod if you're playing on console, because it's just click update and now you're playing the latest version, which is really nice to see. Now, mind you, if you're playing on the console itself, you still will need your Mario Kart Wii disc in the system. There is a way of playing this, one I understand, from like a USB loader, but it's not recommended. If you have the disc, you're better off just using the official channel. That way you get all the features. Not to mention, it's also just easier, because one I understand, setting it up on USB loader is kind of a mess. So in the channel itself, you can just go straight to update, which will update you to the latest version of the game, making it very easy to keep up to date here on the Wii itself, instead of just reinstalling the game every time on your SD card, like so many mods. Options kind of limited, because you got Pack and My Stuff, Hack, I believe, is how the actual game is played, so don't turn that off. My stuff is if you have custom mods on, like, say, like a character mod or something, and separate save games so it can be separated from your Mario Kart Wii save data, so you don't overwrite anything on that specific profile. Recommended to have separate save on as well. And before we go into the game, here's the credits of all the different people who have contributed to Retro Rewind. There's a lot of people involved in this project between the Wii distribution and the Wheel Wizard program, making the channel. There's a lot of names. The big one to shout out is ZPL. He's the one in charge of Retro Rewind itself, making most of these updates. But let me go ahead now and just launch the game. Get this one started. Alright, so let's just go ahead and jump right into the game itself. I'm going to play a little bit of single player to start this one off. And I want to go over the settings immediately, because Retro Rewind has a crap ton of things for you to customize. So in here, we can go ahead and change a bunch of things. I just want to show off some of the settings I have on, just kind of explain some of it. You can change how the drift here works in Retro Rewind. So normally, there are two different drift types, inside drift and outside drift. A majority of the bikes are inside drift, while a majority of the carts are outside drift. And the general consensus is that inside drift is the way to go. So there's a specific setting here in this mod that lets you just play with all inside or all outside. You want to change things up, which is pretty cool to see. You can just manually change it to bikes, because bikes are still the way to go, but changing it to all inside makes a lot of carts more viable. So if you want to play with a cart, then I would turn all inside on and play with a cart. It's pretty cool you can do that. Brake drifting's in the game, which was introduced in later Mario Karts, say like with Mario Kart 8. You can turn that on or off. Intense CPU is a difficulty bump, which we'll get into that later. I have an input display on, so you can see my buttons on the controller, so you'll be able to understand what I'm doing in the game. Mi Head's on minimap. You can turn this on or off compared to just only seeing the characters in the game. So this is nice for, say, like online play. A speedometer. This is a big thing in most Mario Kart Wii mods, where you can actually see how fast you're moving. And this is really important if you need to know how fast you need to go for, say, certain shortcuts. I have it on set to 2 decibels so you can see the full amount of speed. The other setting, I don't tweak with any of this. You don't really need to, but you can change things like the name tag distance so you can see names closer or further away. I leave it on the default close. That's how Mario Kart Wii plays. Frame rate, you can actually change to 30 FPS, which, if you're playing on console, I wouldn't really touch this option, because there's not much of a need to, but if you're on a weaker computer that's struggling to run this game on Dolphin, setting the game to 30 FPS could help on performance. Same for bloom. It's just better to have the sun filter off, because the bloom in Mario Kart Wii is kind of aggressive. Doesn't make the game look as pretty in some areas and a little more plasticky, so by default, they turn the sun filter off, but you can always turn it back on. Field of view, you can change between 69 and 4:3, so you can change your aspect ratio here. I'll just leave it on default because I'm on 69 already. And you can change like colors of like the Mii regular lines and such like that. Change menu stuff, like I have it super fast, so normally you have animations that move every single time you do something in the menu. But if you hit enabled for fast menu navigation, you just go in and out instantly. There's no animation anymore. It's really nice. Regular or alphabetical for your cup layout in case you want to go based on game release or the name of the course. I recommend leaving it on regular. With over 200 courses, it's better to have a system in place instead of just alphabetical, which is kind of a mess. UI color, you can boot straight to the Wi-Fi mode and pick a certain license for that. I'm going to leave it on disable because I just like to go into my manual profile. Sometimes you just want to play offline. Speaking of online, this is where you can go ahead and tweak some of the other things, like you can randomize combos in the game, which that's pretty cool. You can turn that feature on or off, but leave it off for fun. Prediction removal and streamer mode. Streamer mode's big for someone like me, who's live streaming. Turning this setting on will have your Mii show up as a random character instead of the one you have set on your profile. This way, you don't get stream sniped. If someone's watching you play the game, turning this setting on might be good if you're being bullied a lot online, which is nice to see. Sound settings, a lot of this is pretty standard. You can have custom music on or disable the music altogether, which is interesting to see. Music speed up I did turn on, so when you get to the final lap, it transitions into the faster version of that course's song immediately, instead of you hearing the little race jingle going to lap 3. Battle, I just leave this off because I'm not really playing battle mode, but you can tweak some settings there. Friend rooms, you can tweak settings here for very specific games, and this has speed mods like 200cc, which was not in Mario Kart Wii by default. This is only a thing you can get with mods. And something I haven't really seen in any other distribution of Mario Kart Wii is 500cc. This is something normally you need the mod in as an extra, but it's just included here in Retro Rewind. So if you want to play the game at a ludicrously high speed, then I guess you can do that. Vehicle restrictions, you can also turn on or off. Character restrictions as well. You display rankings on or off. Same for having the room set specifically to use VR or BR points, which is very interesting, but also I'd like having that option, but I'd rather just have it off, because friend rooms most of the time, you're not really playing in a competitive format, and if you are, you want to be able to track it with a very specific score. And then you also have other things here. Host always wins just allows the host to always pick the course, which is really good to have, probably in a tournament setting. Me heads, item box respawn. You can actually bump up the speed so they respawn, almost instantaneously, which is nice. Thundercloud type is a big thing to talk about. Mario Kart Wii mods have replaced the Thundercloud because nobody likes that item. It is terrible by default. Just shrinking you at random, playing hot potato with something that's mostly negative is not fun. So in Mario Kart Wii mods, this one's no exception. It transforms the Thundercloud instead of being a lightning bolt, which will shrink you. Now you have a Mega Thundercloud. So if you're hit with the lightning from the cloud, you actually get the effect of a Mega Mushroom. So you want to keep the cloud in this case. You can turn it off if you want, but I don't know why you would. Leave it on. Mega Mushroom is so much more fun to play with a Thundercloud. This has online time trials, which is pretty big too. So normally time trialing is only a thing you can do offline by yourself. But in Retro Rewind, you can actually play online time trialing. So everybody is doing the same stuff. You start with 3 mushrooms, and you're all ghosts, so you can't interact with each other and bump someone into a wall. It's really cool. And there's a lot of different settings you can change here with that as well. This has a knockout mode, which is not the same as Mario Kart World. I know a lot of people probably think of that knockout immediately, where you're driving in a very specific way, like through a course, or in the case of Mario Kart World, through like 6 different courses linked together into a couple laps. But in this game, that doesn't really work the same. I mean, it kind of does, but I don't know, it's weird. There is GP-based and lap-based, so it depends. Lap-based is the format of Mario Kart World, where every lap, someone gets kicked out. So if you're in 12th place, you get kicked. 11th, 10th, and then so on and so forth until you have a winner. GP mode is a lot more competitive, and this is the format used in CTGP, if you ever played that Mario Kart Wii mod. So people get knocked out based on a couple different races, which is really good for a tournament setting, because then you can start winding down the competition, knock out a couple people at a time between, say, like 4 races. It's a really cool mode to have in a mod like this. It leads to some really interesting games from what I've watched. Extended team settings. You can actually play with some team-based games in this that you normally can't do. From what I understand, with extended teams, you can play with 4 different teams in the game. So instead of 2 teams of 6, you can play with 4 teams of, I believe it should be 3 players? Yeah, that would make sense, because that's up to 12. Although you can do, I think, like a 2v2 setup. And that's also another option in this too. Like, there's a lot you can do on team customization. Miscellaneous, you can change the language, and also character skins too, because there's an alternate pack of character skins included with this. But for now, I'm going to leave that off. And the last thing, this is actually the reason why I'm playing this tonight. This is a brand new option that was added in the latest update of Retro Rewind. Custom items. First introduced in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, now it's here in Mario Kart Wii. You can play with the custom item option having, say, no blue shell. I hate the lightning, turn that off as well. No one needs a bullet bill. Now you can play with these specific items. So the red ones are the items that are not going to be in your game, and the ones that are obviously not in red, these are items you can play with. And this random button it's totally random. So the random option in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Mario Kart World, it's not technically randomized. There are set item combination, set item combinations that are in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and in World. So when you hit that button, you can see a lot of the same combos multiple times. But here, this is completely randomized. Every time you hit the random button, it is something different, which is really cool. So you can kind of just play around with this and just have so many crazy game modes. Like, why would you do this one? But you could. Only mushrooms, so it's just a standard mushroom and triple mushrooms, no golden. Blooper, and then triple bananas. I don't know why you'd play this, but you can. And that's just one of the many options you can get. Every time I hit the button, completely different. But to start though, I'm trying to get one that has almost nothing randomized. It's close enough. I'm gonna turn on all the items. And that's all the settings. There's a lot to go over here, because this mod is pretty packed. You can also do time trialing in this game at 200cc. That's a note as well, because this game just has 200cc in it by default. Not a mod, it's just a part of it, which is really nice to see. Going my rules here. Once again, you could just play 200cc and even 500cc. If you want to, which is insane. We'll try some 200 and 500 later. You can select the difficulty of your CPU here, easy, normal, or hard. And then a lot of the other options are here from standard Mario Kart Wii. I'm just going to leave it default for now, just so I can showcase how this game plays. Hybrid drift, this is very interesting, because in Mario Kart Wii by default, there were two different drift types, automatic and manual. Automatic is how the character is moving there in the image, where you just turn, and that's it. You don't get any drift boost. But in this game, they replaced the drift from a automatic to hybrid. So I'm going to showcase how that works. And I'm just going to we'll just do the first Mario circuit here. So I'll play one race in this specific mode, and then I'm going to go back to manual for pretty much the whole night, because I don't really like automatic drift much in this game. But hybrid makes it a little bit more playable. So every course you jump into, it's going to tell you who worked on the specific course, which even includes the Nintendo-made ones from like base Mario Kart Wii, which is pretty interesting. So you can see the names of the people who worked on every single course here, right before you play it. So you can still hop with hybrid. It's something you can't do with automatic drift. But if I just hold, look at how sharp my turn is. That's the automatic. In normal Mario Kart Wii, you can do one or the other. You can't do a manual drift if you have automated drift on. So you don't get the drift and the boost. You just get the drift. That's a nice thing about hybrid drifting. You get the best of both worlds. It is a little sensitive though, so that's why I'm not the biggest fan of it. But I really like the inclusion of it, as it's something I'll recommend a first-time player try to use if they don't know how to play Mario Kart. So it's a lot better to use an automatic drift for your first time playing, or how overwhelming the controls probably can be. And then you can swap over to manual later. But yeah, this is Mario Circuit 1 from the Super Nintendo game, and it plays exactly how it does in that specific title. So we have 5 laps, pretty small course. It's got a little shortcut here in the middle. Now I'm just getting wrecked by all the different items, which is kind of annoying. But thankfully we should be fine here. Yeah, looks like we're fine. CPUs can't really keep up at this point. Hard CPUs aren't really that hard in this game, at least in my experience. Like, they put up a fight, but it's mainly the items that would be a problem. If you drive good enough here in the game, you don't really have to worry. Oh, I failed a parallel dodge. I haven't played this game in a hot minute, so I gotta remember how to do parallel dodges. I made fun of the CPUs and I immediately lost a baby Mario. That is just the standard mood we have around here. Just a nice foot in the mouth. Alright, let's go ahead and just go back. Because I don't want to play with High Drift anymore. I just want to showcase how it works. Nope, turn it off. There we go. Alright, so another thing we can go ahead and showcase is that anytime you see a star next to a course name like this, it has multiple variants. So in this case, we have Donut Plains 1, which is the normal layout from the Super Nintendo, but then there's this beta version. The camera's a little wonky for the beta version, I will give it that. Kind of just showing more sky than anything else. Oh yeah, this is the same layout as the Super Nintendo game, but there are slight differences, which is actually really cool to see something like this in Retro Rewind in particular. So you can actually play older versions of some of these tracks, which are versions we never actually saw the light of day of. Just want to get a little bit ahead here. I want to keep this golden, because we can use this for some big shortcuts. But I'm going to hold on to it for now, because we don't need to use it just yet. Okay, never mind. I guess I wasn't allowed to hold that for too long. The item luck right now is pretty bad. Nice bomb. Okay, a star. I think I'm going to want to chain this, because I'm too far behind. So I can still get something else that's useful. And we can take this big off-road. Oh, come on, man. As soon as I say something more useful, I got a blue shell, which, yeah, kind of helped me, but that's not what I was wanting. I was wanting a mushroom. Well, at least it still helped. That's where having brake drifting is pretty nice, because I was about ready to drive into off-road there, but thankfully that wasn't the case. Brake drifting was a thing you see in Mario Kart Wii mods, but it's only really something you usually see for 200cc. Not necessarily in every CC, like right now I'm playing 150. And there we go. Nice and clean race. Now at this point, I want to kind of show off something pretty interesting with this game specifically being played on a Wii. I'm not playing on a Wii U. I'm not playing on PC. This is original hardware. And one cool thing about the Wii in particular is that on original hardware, you have a light around your disk drive. So in Retro Rewind, they will take advantage of it. So I'm going to showcase the actual console. And let me just bring me into the game as well. So I'm just going to pop down here now. And let's pick a course that has a banger soundtrack. So let's go to... let's see. How about N64 Rainbow Road here? Notice how the light bar on the Wii is changing. This is something that works with Revolution mods in general, but a lot of mods just usually have the light kind of blink here and there, and that's about it. They don't really do too much with the light bar on the Wii, but I've noticed in Retro Rewind, they do a little bit more with the light bar and just flash every once in a while. I have the Mario Kart World timing in my head, so I'm gonna get a couple burnouts until I'm used to the timing in this game. So yeah, that's the cool thing about the light bar here. It's reacting to the music in particular. It's on a little bit of a rhythm right now. It's not just flashing random things. That's actually kind of cool, but the only thing I don't like about that is you can't turn it off. At least in my experience, I haven't found an option to turn off that light bar. So if you're not a fan of the lights on your Wii itself, I don't really think there's an option to disable that. But to me, I don't mind it. It's a nice little extra to see on the Wii. Not looking at my console all the time when I'm playing this game anyway, so to me it's not much of a distraction. And right now, because I don't really need to be on the camera, thankfully, I don't have that much light in the room, so you can see the light bar pretty clearly on the webcam. Even with a small light. Oh, that's unfortunate. I was holding that bullet until, like, a big turn, but that, unfortunately, is no longer going to be a thing. So yeah, that light just blinking to the tune of the song is pretty cool. It should also speed up a bit once we get into the third lap. I really don't like that timing because I had triples, man. I wanted to get those triple shrooms, but I guess I'm not allowed. Alright, we should be fine. I don't want to hit you. Yeah, you just dropped your banana. Thanks, Daisy. That was a bad move. Hey there, Matt. How you doing? Oh, I missed the actual ramp part, so I didn't get the extra speed. That's alright. Oh, nice random banana. Well, at least I'm not in first, so that's not going to be a problem for me. Get wrecked. If Donkey Kong gets in front of me, I don't have to worry because I have the red shell on my side. There we go. I'm gonna drop this here. I think that'd be a good spot for the fib. And nice first place. Seeing that light just vibe out on the Wii is pretty cool. I'll do one more race with the camera on so you can see it. Because it also does react going through the menus. Not as much as the races, but still, you can kind of see it. Hard week. I can feel that one. And it's just been a month. Dude, it's been a year so far. That's only February. I feel like that meme of the dude just looking like really stressed out and just going, oh man, what a week. And the guy next to him was like, sir, it's only Monday. I just feel that's a mood, but just for the whole year. Alright, what's another course right now? Something else that also has a decent amount of music. I don't want to do another Rainbow Road because that'd just be too obvious. Let's do something from the GameCube era. How about that? We can do... Let's see. How about Wario Coliseum? Because this is a very interesting course. So I might as well pick this. This is a 2-lap course in Double Dash. Like the only course in Mario Kart history that's 2 laps, at least to my knowledge. Yeah, it's been brutal. Yeah, I get that. I'm gonna talk about some of my issues I've been having this month, but I'm gonna wait a little bit on that one. That way we can kind of showcase more of the mod stuff. Dude, I gotta get that timing back down for Mario Kart Wii. I can keep on holding it right when the 2 appears, and that's not Wii. That is 8/world start timing. Because it's the same timing between games, but the actual start time of holding the button, no, that's different. I'm gonna hold the star for a bit, because this is a really good item to run up into a top spot. I can use this later for dodging stuff, or even just in general, if there's maybe a shock, because that should be a thing in play here soon. Pay attention to the time. You don't know when people are gonna use it. But the problem is, I don't know when CPUs are gonna use it. That's the more unpredictable part. Humans are gonna probably try to use the shock in very specific spots to mess with players, but an AI? Yeah, good luck. I feel like they're gonna use it now, so I'm just gonna use my star. Come on, use it. Use it. Ah, bad call. Didn't use it. I didn't do that. I also gotta use the controller in a certain way. I had to claw this thing if I want to use my items and also do wheelies, because trying to hit the D-pad and hold the L button is not the most comfortable thing. If you're gonna play this game, I recommend playing with a Wii Classic controller in particular. Ah, crap. I went too far ahead. I was trying to land on the booster, but I went a little too far. If you're playing this game, I recommend playing with a Classic controller, not the GameCube controller, because GameCube's fine for this game, but the D-pad's too small, and it's pretty far away from the joystick. So trying to use GameCube controller, the claw is not comfortable in my experience. I don't like it. Nice, I got the wheelie falling off of the ledge. That's nice, because you can't trick there. So doing a wheelie gives you a little extra speed. Donkey Kong is the fastest character in the game combined with this specific bike, the Flame Runner. So you can actually see how fast we're going. At most, we're going 120 kilometers an hour, and that's with a speed boost. But when you wheelie, you're average around like 90 to 92, depending on like the straightaway. And as you can see there, I got 96. I believe that's my cap. And there we go. Nice first place. Alright, let's go to the next one. Gonna hide me. And we'll get rid of the Wii. See, enough of the flashing lights at this point. That was a cool little feature to show off. Alright, what is this? Fourth race? So we got one more left on the GP. Let's think. Let's show off one of the newer courses that's in the game. And I mean new, like with Mario Kart World new. So, switch to, let's see. Goes all the way up into the moon here. So we can do, honestly, Bowser's Castle is the one I'm very interested in, because this is a very new course, and it has a very similar shortcut to the one in World. I think it's harder on this, though, because it's a very narrow path you go up. I cannot read those names. Only problem playing on a real Wii, text looks like garbage when it's in widescreen, because it has to be so small. Shoutouts to those names of whatever that said, because I can't read on the Wii's 480p out. Okay, now I can read the names. I'm not going to go for shortcut yet. I'll try lap 2. Someone already got a Thundercloud? Oh, I wanted that. Well, I guess DK's gonna go big here in a second. Honestly, hanging back probably is the better call right now, so I can get something better. Yeah, because then I can use these mushrooms here, because that counts as off-road. Then I can do this. Now you ride this lava, this isn't off-road. It's kind of like the windy section from like Bowser's Castle from Mario Kart Wii. Kind of like a similar idea. Alright, let's see if I can try the shortcut. It's kind of difficult. No, I can't. Alright, we'll try lap 3. I don't think I trick on the first jump. I think I trick on the second one. Okay, I cannot make that turn. That is so short. There are so many different ways to go through this. I would have to probably time trial this course a bit to kind of learn it. I almost got the shock dodge, dude. If I went through that cannon, because yeah, that's a cannon, then I would have stayed big. I was not sure where I was landing. That was kind of a sketchy jump. Alright. Don't jump here. Do a trick on the second one. And missed. I'm gonna drive backwards because I don't want to get stuck. Yeah, that shortcut's really difficult to make because that rail is so much smaller than the one in... Did I mean do that? That's so much smaller than the one that's in the Mario Kart World version of this track. So trying to actually hit that railing is not easy from what I've seen. So the shortcut isn't as free in this game as it is in Mario Kart World, which is probably for the better. That shortcut is a little too easy. Thanks! What was that bump? Alright, 4th place box. Alright, I'll take a mushroom. Come on. I think we'll just barely win. Okay, now if I go that direction, what's happening? What? Why? I don't know what that was. Alright, well now I'm gonna be lucky if I get 5th. Because of whatever that launch was. Alright, sure. I mean, 1st overall is still fine. I'm just kind of confused. I got 1st by 1 point. Wow. That ending was brutal, dude. And because I'm playing in the versus mode, we're not going to get a trophy situation. We just get kicked to the menu, which is kind of funny. Alright, let me go to settings here, as I want to show off those alternate costumes. So if I go to here, hit enabled, and reset my game. Now let's go back in. This time, let's try something else. Instead of playing on 150cc, let's go to 200. And here are the custom character mods in this. So it's just alternate costumes for all the different characters, which look really nice. Some are a little basic, I will say, but others are pretty custom. Well, the Koopa Troop is just red. So it's not the green Koopa, it's a red Koopa. Whoopee. And then there's others that are pretty detailed. Like some of them are alternate character colors like Fire Mario, or as you've seen here, we got Wario and Waluigi for the babies, and Captain Toad for Toad. Like little pirate look for Bowser Jr. here. We have the final boss of Bowser's Inside Story version of Bowser here. Metal Wario, which I will say on the Wii specifically, I don't know what's going on with his texture because it kind of flickers a bit. Kind of weird. King Boo from the Luigi's Mansion series specifically, like with 2 and 3. So, because I'm playing on 200cc, I'm going to play as Daisy, and here's how the alternate costumes look with the bikes. So it's like this greenish look instead of the normal like yellow look. Alright, so let's pick a different course here. I wish I had like a true random because there's so many courses in this. Let's play another retro one. We'll look at the customs later because I've been playing on 200. I think I need to play something I know compared to brand new, haven't touched. Alright, let's think. Let's try, you know, because I hate myself, Toad's Turnpike on 200cc. Could be worse, could be 500. I'm not doing this on 500, so we'll try 2. I believe this is a version that's based off of... Yeah, this is based off the original game mixed with Mario Kart 8's. It doesn't have the rival walls, but it's wider. If anything, it's more like Mario Kart 8's version of this place, but... Toad's Turnpike is still Toad's Turnpike. Traffic's gotta be everywhere. Yeah, so you move very fast at 200, which is no-brainer. But now you can tell because of the kilometer-an-hour meter there in the bottom corner of the screen. It is a little uncontrollable at times, as you can tell. This is why I swapped to Daisy Mach Bike, as Mach Bike has better handling than the Flame Runner, and this is considered the second best combo in the game, Daisy Mach Rider. Or Mach Bike, excuse me. So it's called different things in different Mario Kart games. It's basically Mach Bike to me in World. Oh, nice, pow dodge. I got a little bit of airtime from that bump. Went too fast there, hit the car. Wow, right into his front tire. I didn't even think I was gonna land on his car, let alone the front tire. Don't really need an item at this point, but alright, sure. I was wanting a banana or something in case of a red shell, but to be fair, at this speed, I can probably outrun the shell. Alright, what's another good course at 200cc? I mean, at 200, you can do some crazy stuff. So there are shortcuts in this game that you normally can't take, but now at 200, they're pretty easy. I don't know what those are, though, because I don't play this game enough for that. Let's try, let's see. How about GBA Rainbow Road? And there's two of them, actually, so let's try Rainbow Road DX. I don't think I've played this one. Because I'm used to the normal Rainbow Road, but I don't know what the DX variant is. I think this is custom. Yeah, I can definitely tell this is different. It's more of a modern take on GBA's Rainbow Road, so you don't have the little bumps on the side that you normally trick off of. Instead, it's just nothing and maybe some walls. With the occasional trick ramp. Oh, there goes that Mario Kart World timing again. Strategical. I needed a good item. See? There it is. Totally planned. Oh, what's missing that, like, big section in the track normally that has, like, two alternate paths and one of them is, like, this giant booster? I wonder something. I knew it. I knew it. That was a really good idea to use that golden when I did then. That was a really big shortcut. I mean, it doesn't take that much time because I whacked the wall, but hey, better use than not having the golden mushroom at all, am I right? So weird to see just random road on this course instead of the Rainbow Road. Nope. Lee was nice while it lasted. Oh, okay, well, never mind. Toad hit my fib. Sucker. Totally planned. That was too fast. I hit brake too. You see me hit brake. I just went too fast. Okay, and that was just me being stupid. I was way too close to the edge. Oh, come on, dude. What is with the star back here in 8th? That's not gonna really do much. Yeah, I literally can't do much with that. Alright, well that was kind of a crap race. I was doing pretty good there, but lap 3 just destroyed me. Honestly, I could have done a lot more shortcuts if that was the standard GBA version of the course and not the DX variant, but I've never played it, so that was a learning experience for me. Let's try another course here. How about one from actual Mario Kart Wii, huh? And I mean actual Wii, not one of the retros. So let's think here. Let's see. We can do... Okay, I don't want to do Moonview. We'll save Moonview for 500, because I think that's just going to be terrible. How about Coconut Mall? I think that should be chaotic enough at 200. There's nothing different about this course, hence why the creator name is just Nintendo. I mean, what fixed? What ain't broken, am I right? Like, legitimately, Coconut Mall is probably one of the best courses in Mario Kart Wii, so there's really not much I have to change. You know what? Might as well. Give me the mushroom, taking the shortcut. Even with the speed mod, I still take forever to go up the escalator if I'm going the wrong way. I find that kind of funny. Oh, it's a lot of airtime. Well, I was hoping to land on, like, the slope piece so I wouldn't actually stop, like, at all. But if I got a mushroom out of it, I guess it's not the end of the world. I could do this same shortcut again, technically. And that is no speed. Probably should have brake drifted there so I could have maybe avoided the wall. Got no boost. Hey, I'm just throwing it all away. This is why I'm playing some offline first to get re-familiar with this game's control, because if I'm jumping online to play this, I kind of want to re-familiarize myself with Wii after playing newer Mario Karts and even Sonic Racing Crossworld more in this. Gotta de-rust. Oh, wow. If I knew that was coming, I would have used the Mega sooner. I was saving it for this upcoming shortcut. Toad is basically just the victor of this, because he is a good mile ahead of everyone else. Too high was one of the item. Hey, there's my Mecha Thundercloud. Okay, no one take it. This is mine. In fact, I'm going this way so no one can. Oh, come on! Mario, get that back! Well, I'm not even gonna try for it anymore. And somehow I still got second. What was that ending? Holy crap. As soon as my Thundercloud was stolen, I was worried I was gonna get like a fifth. But then everyone just kind of screwed up on the final turn, so that didn't happen. Works for me. Alright, let's go ahead and this time I'm going to pick a course that's featured in Mario Kart 8, as that should be more familiar for my brain for 200cc. And let me pick one of my favorite ones for that. 3DS, it's not Bowser Castle, Neo Bowser City. Yeah, I love this course at 200. I swear, I'm probably that one guy in the world that likes playing this on Mario Kart 8 at 200. Because every single time I pick this in friend rooms, everyone groans. But I just really like it, I don't know. Like, I go so fast, I can still drift in the off-road. That really tells you something. Oh yeah, a mushroom on this course? I don't know about that one, Chief. Yeah, really brake drift here. Otherwise, I'll just fall right into the pit. No, I was trying to go more to the right, not the left. I will say, I think the song sounds like it's a little too bass boosted because I'm hearing some distortion in it. Oh, come on! I heard that about ready to go off. I knew I was gonna not steal a Thundercloud, so I was trying to back away from it. I hit... Who was that in front of me? Funky Kong? Right as soon as I got the Thundercloud active, so I just got insta-wrecked. We're not going for the startup boost here, because that's just too risky. I don't think the CPU is gonna fall into the pits. Yeah, so I have to really play very carefully here. Get wrecked. Toad's gonna win, though. I think that's really bad for me because he's in first overall. Oh, crap. Well, never mind about the second. Yeah, Baby Mario just barely crossed the finish. That's the third. Well, GG's to Toad because I kind of screwed that one up. Oops. Yeah, this course is pretty hard to navigate at 200. I get it. I don't know. I think I just like this strategy of playing this one on 200 just because you have to know a lot to actually stay on the course, like with the brake drifting, know your speed limits and all that. I mean, even the AI struggles, as you can see in this victory results screen. Alright, I think now I'm going to swap over to playing this game on emulator for a little bit, just to showcase how this plays on Dolphin. Before I do that, I want to turn off the custom costumes on here for when I jump back on. Let me just do that really quick. So disable that. Also, if you're playing this on original hardware, whether it be Wii or Wii U, if you go on your license, you can go to the Retro Rewind channel, and this will take you back to the mod loader itself. They don't have to quit out of this if you're playing with, say, like the GameCube controller. You don't have to get up and hit the power button. You can just go straight into the Retro Rewind channel if you have to change any settings. Mind you, this doesn't help if you quit this channel, because then it takes you back to the Wii menu. So if you're playing with a GameCube controller, now you gotta break out the Wii mode just for navigation. That's a little more annoying. Because see, as soon as I hit exit, that's gonna take us back to the Wii. Which is not ideal, once again, if you're playing on GameCube. Because you can't navigate the Wii. I really wished that there was some kind of an update for the Wii from Nintendo at some point in its life that would have allowed you to control this menu with a GameCube controller, because the classic controller, you just use the left stick. But alas, I never did that, and there's no mod, to my knowledge, that lets you control this menu with a GameCube controller. You need to use something like Preloader for that. So that's unfortunate. Alright, let's go ahead and turn off this Wii for now. As I said, I'm going to swap over to using Wheel Wizard for a little bit, just to showcase some other stuff on the PC side in particular. So now I'm going to go ahead and turn on my display capture here. And this is the program in question. Wheel Wizard. This is basically a super easy way of playing Retro Rewind via Dolphin, because you can use this to open up the emulator itself. So you can customize all your settings in the emulator if you need to. But this mod actually has, this is right here, recommended settings. It has an actual toggle where this will set all the settings in Dolphin to what is recommended to play Mario Kart Wii at its best performance. So you just flip this one specific setting on, and you don't have to do any work in Dolphin outside of maybe configure your controller, which is really nice. Not to mention, you can also use this here for my stuff, and this is where the mods come from. So if I hit browse, I can pull up a lot of different mods here to play with. So let me see if we can find one. Here you go. How about this one? Everyone likes Hollow Knight's Silk Song. So a mod that replaces Daisy with Hornet from Silk Song. Go ahead and download that. But illegal characters. I'm assuming it's going to be the dots. Sure enough. You never name a file something with dots. Alright, so now that's installed. And I have it toggled on. You can turn the stuff on and off if you want, or enable the whole pack or disable. It's really cool. So now let's go ahead and start playing the game. So we just go to home, hit play. Then it loads up your emulator and does some shader cache if you need to, shader cache it. And since I'm on emulator now, we're playing at a nice crisp 1080p. It looks really clean. And now if I go to versus here, go over to Daisy. I'm just gonna pick a random course. Because it's not looking like I'm seeing the custom model here. Okay, so that didn't work for some reason. It's supposed to. So I don't know why it's not. That's interesting. But you can play with mods. I just don't know why this one didn't turn on. Yeah, it's not like I missed a setting. All right, that's just really weird. Let me see if we find another one. Maybe that one for some reason just didn't work. All right, let me install Mario Kart Formula 1 Racing. Let me see if this works instead. Because for some reason, this Hornet one is not, so we'll just try something different. I'm going to turn that one off in case it's a conflict. Alright, so if you want to reset it, you'd have to close Dolphin like you normally would. So just close out of the program. And now let me load the game again and see if this other mod pack is showing up. It should now, right? Oh, yeah, sure enough. All right, well, I wasn't expecting that as the title screen, but here it is. So I just installed this mod in all of 3 seconds. Takes no time at all to find. And now the characters, well, all of them are the same except for Mario, as Mario's in a custom costume. And I don't believe... No, it does change one car. The Sprinter's different, which is really weird looking to me. That just is an interesting look. I think this would be good for hybrid. How about that? We'll play one race with this, and I'm turning the mod back off. I thought it was interesting, all right? But not how I expected that to start. It didn't show a custom title screen on the image, so that's why I'm just laughing. All right, let's see. For a car like this, what's the most race car-like course I can think of? I guess we can do N64 Luigi Circuit, or Luigi Raceway in particular, as that's kind of similar to like a standard course you'd find like NASCAR, but close enough. Oh, even changes out the motor sound. Yeah, all the cars have different sounds now for their motors. It is so loud though, holy crap. This is so much louder than normal. Is it just my car? No, it is the other ones. I knew I wasn't mishearing that. It is other cars that also have this insane sound to them. Well, since I'm playing at a kart, you can see another thing that's been changed in Retro Rewind. We don't just have orange mini turbo here. You actually get a new level, which was introduced in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Purple Sparks. So we can do up to level 3 charging now with drift boosting, which is very big because it gives the karts somewhat of an even playing ground compared to the bikes, because bikes have wheelies, karts have nothing. So this alone, just having an extra level of boosting is really nice. Unfortunately, it's hard to showcase because of my hydro drift being on. Because as soon as I start drifting, it gets rid of the boost. Let me see if we can just try the drive straight after this. Okay, that was a little bit better. So it gives you a pretty big speed boost, and it lasts for a good amount of time too, compared to just what's going on with Waluigi. He just doesn't know where to go. Okay. It lasts for quite a while compared to the orange mini turbo, so it does give you a little bit of an extra advantage. Okay, this is like the terrible way of ending it. And we'll get third, I guess. Nice camera. Just up in the sky. Alright, I'm turning off the Formula 1 thing, because that's a cool mod. It's very loud, though. that's the thing I'm not really a fan of. It's too loud for my liking, so it's kind of hurting my ears. So I'm gonna turn that off. Not to launch out any mods, yes. After what I just played, it's not terrible, but also I just want to play vanilla Mario Kart Wii in Retro Rewind. Gotta specify. Alright, now let's crank this up. 500cc. I am still gonna need the stick and a lightweight character because there's no way I can do this with a heavy. I think even like full-on lightweight's probably the way to go. I believe it's supposed to be Baby Daisy and Bullet Bike. That's the best to use for this kind of situation. Alright, so we'll just gotta hope we don't get bumped around too much, because 500 is incredibly fast. So let's see. What course should we start with? I think we should start simple and then work our way up to hard. But what's a course that's not terribly complicated? It's pretty wide to drive. Again, we might want to do something from the Wii era. I think Mario Circuit could be a good pick, so we'll try that. Alright, we don't need to watch the intro for a course that's been in the game since 2008. Alright, so watch that km/h meter. Yeah, up to 200. This is very fast. This is not in any Mario Kart game for a reason. This speed is ludicrous. So fast, I just went backwards. So now I'm kind of screwed. I skipped some key checkpoints by doing that, so I gotta go back around. I gotta use the bullet to fix that, which, holy crap, the bullet bill is fast at 500cc. Upwards of 350 km/h. I'm going off the off-road here, but I am not taking that jump ramp this time. Too much, too much. Alright, well that was an interaction. Are you kidding me? The last pixel of wall is the whole reason why I got third. Man. Alright, do we just go right for pain? Of course we do. Moonview Highway, 500cc. Someone can just get the description now for the tombstone. Here lies Baby Daisy. Went too fast on the highway. Because we're gonna get hit by loads of cars. Or just drive right off the edge. That's also pretty accurate. Going so fast. A little hard to control, I'm not gonna lie, but that's not surprising for a speed mod. Oh man, that was too close for comfort. That's the second time I got hit on that specific turn. I think that's just gonna be a theme for all 3 laps. Going upwards of 270 kilometers just by hitting these dash pads. That's insanely fast. Oh, sorry, up to 300 I saw on that last one. You're lucky I had iframes. I am bouncing on literally every single piece of terrain. Now, thankfully, the CPUs are just as bad trying to actually play this course. So I don't really have to worry too much about winning, I guess. Which is good, because I'm more worried about running into cars. Oh my god, the bomb car. And I got stuck on a truck, too. That's so fast. I'm shocked I got first after all that, but the CPUs don't know how to drive this either. That's my saving grace. Alright, let's go ahead and play something a little bit more modern. Let's see. What's another course people complain about on the high speed? Actually, you know, thinking of that, let's play one of the F-Zero courses. Big Blue? Or Mute City. I think Mute City because of all the dash pads. I want to see how fast we can go on the dash pads. We should be able to go so fast, the ending shortcuts should be free. No mushroom required, just jump. Oh, come on. Half of the room just got knocked in the same hole. That's literally half of the racers. I went over that? Really? Sometimes it's better just not to do anything. Don't trick. Don't boost. Sometimes you just want to go. I'm holding on these mushrooms. Well, so much for that. Well, at least I'm in first somehow now, though. I'm going too fast. I can't brake drift around the corner. This remix is really good for the F-Zero Mute City. I went over the wall again. How is this happening? Hit the wall strategically to slow down. Not really a thing I ever expected to have to do, but here we are. Avoid the dash pads here, because they're too much. Oh my god, I did it again, but at least that time I was able to salvage it. Kind of. Holy crap, that was so fast. Almost every turn was a death sentence, man. Alright, one more for 500. Let's go retro. Let's think. How about we go super retro, like old school retro here? Actually, wait a minute. What's Rainbow Roads variant? Oh, the Wii U version. That's what that is. Okay. I was wondering, what was the alternate for that course? This is also Tour Bowser Castle 3, which is the one that's in Booster Course Pass and 8 Deluxe. Donut Plane 2, Beta. And then there's this. It's the DX variant. What's Choco Island 2 DX? Is this the course I'm thinking of? Yeah, I've seen this one played before. This was also in CTGP, so I've seen this in a couple like Mario Kart videos over the years. I should be able to go so fast, that off-road shortcut in front of us should just be a free one. It won't really slow me down much. Sure enough. Okay. Makes one shortcut, immediately just fumbles at the next part. And the part after that. It's just so fast, it's hard to move without just running into something or falling off the edge. Oh my god, I couldn't even jump there because I had no time to react. I'm gonna use it. Brake. See, I can't even brake drift because that's so fast. I wouldn't have been able to make it. Toja's gone. That dude's just off the map. Okay, thank God there was an invisible wall there because I was gonna just fall back down and have to redo half that lap. Nope. Too fast. Well, shock dodge, I guess. Totally intended then. Don't want to go too fast here, so I'm actually braking on purpose. And then I can do this. Yeah, there we go. I'm just gonna throw these back so the CPU cannot even try to overtake. Holy crap, that was fast as heck. Well, somehow I got first overall. That's impressive given how fast every single course was at 500. Oh man, that was near unplayable. But yet, that was super fun. Honestly, I would love to play that online with friends. Just to see who can survive. It's not a mode you're supposed to play seriously. No, that's not happening. Speaking of... I think it's in race 1. Yeah, here we go. Let's go ahead and try out this one. Intense CPU. So this was originally called Impossible CPU because of how difficult the comms are at this level. I'm putting that to 150 because I am not doing 500 intense. That just sounds like a masochist tortures fast. I'm good. Alright, so now we need to pick courses that I feel comfortable enough to win because this is not going to be easy. Let's start off in the N64 era, as these are some of my better courses with how much I played the N64 game. Let's do Koopa Troopa Beach. There's 2 variants, Tour and Original. We'll do Original. So, intense CPU cranks up the AI pretty drastically, I would say. They have their own speed mod on, so they go faster than Funky Kong on Flame Runner at all times. So, right there, that's an unfair advantage they have. Not to mention that their AI is a lot more aggressive at this level, so you really do need to play with your items in mind, know the shortcuts in the game, and try to take advantage of very specific situations, if you can. Like right here, for example, I'm going to try... No, it's not going to work. Well, the Bull Bill's going to take the long way. Okay. Trying to see if I can get the Bull Bill into the path to that shortcut, but no, that did not happen. Okay. I'm going to be lucky if I get anything more than like 10th place for the ending results here. This is not going to be easy. I want to be careful here. I want to drop back a little bit so I can get a better box. Oh, come on. Red shells? I was wanting mushrooms there. That's why I was using the mushroom, because I was hoping for another triple pack. Mega mushroom, I can work with that. I might need to use it here, though, unfortunately, because I'm so far behind. This could still give me something better. I think I dropped the 6 for a second. That gave me a better item. Nice. The computer went so fast, they ran to my back wheel. Ah, crap. Ah, double crap. All right, well, I'm just going to go back for it. Give me a mushroom. Mega Thundercloud? That's good. That's equivalent of a mushroom. Now go big. Come on, come on. Dude, really? On the ramp of all places. See what I mean by these guys being a lot more aggressive? They don't normally hit you on a ramp with a bomb. But yet that CPU just said, screw this guy. This is gonna be funny, watch. Wow, all 3 of those did absolutely nothing, and I got hit at the line. I predicted 10th place, and I was correct. These guys are no joke. Trying to win a GP with intense CPUs is not for the faint of heart. Alright, let's bump it up a little bit. Let's say, we'll stick in GPA land here. How about Ribbon Road? And let's play the Wii U variant in particular. I like Wii U Rainbow Road, it's pretty cool. Hey Gerard, how you doing? Right now I'm playing this on emulator, correct, through the Wii Wizard program. Although I am later playing on console again. When I go online, I'm playing on console. Wow, I was not expecting the furthest box to be taken as soon as it respawned. Okay, and the bumps are nasty. I should have tricked on the other one. How did I survive that? Hello? Alright, so the problem is, I recommend playing this on classic controller, but because of how I have things set up right now, I'm playing on a GameCube controller on the PC. I still have my adapter hooked up from when I was doing the big Ocarina Majora randomizer, so I'm just using this right now, instead of having to sync a Wiimote to a computer for like an hour. But I probably should have in hindsight, because I don't like playing Mario Kart Wii with GameCube controller too much. It's not bad, it's just I don't like the D-pad on the GameCube controller all that much. Makes playing with the tricks and wheelies a little bit harder. I missed the item again. I just should have went wider. Made it. I think I have just enough time to take the off-road cut. Alright, this is the best we've been doing so far against these intense CPUs. And now, of course, gotta get a shock right as lap 3 starts, so that's not gonna give us as much time to play with here. At least I got out of the way early. Oh, Toadette. That was way too close for comfort. I'm gonna play it safe here. I'm not taking the shortcut. It's a little risky right now, especially with my items. Oh, how did I miss that item box? Alright, that's bad. I'm gonna see if I can make that. Nope, I need more speed. The shock dodge? Sure. That doesn't help at all right now. I'm too far away for that to even matter. I just have to spam bullet. There's no other way this could actually help. And even then, it only gave me one spot, so what was the point? The fact the CPUs go as fast as a bullet bill is insane. So that thing doesn't help as much as you would hope. 3 points. Rough, man. Let's bump it up more in the generation. How about we go DS era this time? And specifically, I want to play DS Rainbow Road. This is legit one of my favorite Rainbow Roads, and it's a crime this didn't come back in Mario Kart 8. Whether it be the base game or the Switch one with the booster course, this needed to be an 8 because of the anti-grav tech. Then we could have had corkscrews, the loop-de-loop, but nah, man. We didn't get this course. At least it's in Retro Rewind. They can't do everything this course can do in DS, so there were definitely creative liberties to it. I'm gonna just use this here because I kind of need something better than a star. Get all those low tricks. Really? Use them now, see if I can screw up one of the CPUs on a turn. Intense CPU doesn't really know what to do with the PAL sometimes, so that still could help. Wow, that was a little too close for my Thundercloud not appearing. I got hit with the shock and then got the Thundercloud. No, my Thundercloud! I had a feeling that would be stolen, but that close to being activated is just heartbreaking. Use it now. I got another star, that's perfect. Can I get off the wall? Use it again. How? Are you serious? At this placement, I was hoping for something better. I almost hit that shell on the way out. That was really concerning. Gonna go wide for the item. That's not enough. Although, wait a minute, 4th place, we'll take it. So far, we've been getting absolutely wrecked. So 4th place is better than 10th or 11th. I'm still 10th overall, though, so I kind of need something more. In fact, I need everybody to fall off the cliff and tie for 12th. It's the only way. So I'm not winning this GP, but we'll see how far we can go. All right, last one. Let's go. How about switch 1 in particular here? So let's do Yoshi's Island. This is a cool course. Wow, golden to start off. Interesting. I'm gonna hold it for now. Never mind. Wow, that was really unfortunate timing. The problem is, I played this, I think, once in Retro Rewind, so I don't know how far that Piranha Plant actually goes out. It's a very, very long reach. I'm gonna have to use this. That was a mistake to use that. The bumps, man. The bumps. I didn't get a trick out of that. I thought this was supposed to be a trickable cannon. Okay. Not how I expected that to go. Very early shot, going right into lap 2. Dude, that thing is so aggressive. You have to pretty much be taking that turn very wide if you don't want to get munched. Because that shock was used going into lap 2, I think there still could be another one. I knew that was a trickable cannon, so I don't know what the heck happened before. I might have just timed the trick a little too slow. Alright, dead last. This is horrendous. Gotta use this here. Not today, Piranha Plant. Kinda wish I was able to grab those items, but unfortunately, the mushroom was gonna take too long to run out. Wow, as soon as I get out of the cannon, that's really unfortunate. At least I got 7th. After how that lap started, I was thinking I was going to get dead last. I'll take a 7th place. That could have been worse. So overall, 10th place. Remember in the very beginning of this GP, I predicted 10th place overall? Right on the dot. I'm actually impressed I got 10th overall, because intense CPUs are really difficult. I would love to do a GP of this and actually win against these guys, but that takes a lot of practice. These guys are no joke. Alright, I think now what I want to do is I want to jump online via retro Wi-Fi, but I'm going to play it on the Wii in particular. I'm not going to play it on emulator, but I'm going to boot into Wi-Fi real quick on emulator to show, yeah, you can do this. See that? No problem. Welcome to Retro Wi-Fi Connection. Read the rules at, the website before you play. We got 93 players currently playing online right now. This is a brand new profile, so this has no rank, no score. We got a VR leaderboard to see who's actively playing the game at what rank, which is insane of what some of the people are already at. There's a lot of names on these boards, a lot of no names, because a lot of people are not wanting to get sniped in their lobbies, so they just choose generic me, which gives no name. And that's probably smart to do. If you're one of the top players, you don't want to make yourself known that you're a top player by just calling yourself something very specific. I get the idea. But yeah, you can play online here with emulator, which is something a lot of Mario Kart Wii disc shows don't let you do online because of anti-cheat. But from what I understand, cheating on retro Rewind is, at a bare minimum, not really too much of a concern. So that's why they allow Dolphin online, which I think is great for accessibility. But again, I'm not going to play it on here. I'm going to play it on my Wii because I have a profile that's gotten some VR on the Wii in particular, so I want to use that profile. So as I set myself back up with the Wii in particular to play this, I'm going to take a break. So let's return to Retro Rewind, which on emulator does absolutely nothing. So don't hit that option. That might as well be like a crash because it just gives you a black screen. So now on the black screen, I'm going to go ahead and take an opportunity here to get up and stretch. So right now we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be playing more Retro Rewind this time, jumping online and just chilling for the rest of the night, playing some warp rides. So stay tuned. Be back here in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back. We're going to go ahead now and jump online to play some Retro Rewind against other people. See how this treats us. I'm back on the Wii, so now I'm playing back on original hardware, and also specifically on a profile that's already played some of this online. I am going to have some ranking stuff. And once it loads in, takes a minute on the original hardware. There you go. So now I'm in. You can see I'm rank E, score of 23. I don't know what the score part means, but there are different rankings in this game in particular based on a bunch of different things you're doing. So you have a lot of VR you can get in this game, which is, again, kind of an insane amount. You got, let's see, you got distance, burst distance, score. There's a lot of different factors that go into your ranking from what I understand. Don't really care about it too much myself, but go ahead and jump online. So in each online category, you can see how many people are playing. So the most common mode is Retro Versus, which has you playing all of the courses from Super Mario Kart up to Mario Kart World. I don't believe it includes any of the custom courses, like the brand new ones being made for this. Other worldwides is where you can go to play 200cc online time trial, and even Item Rain, which is a custom mode that I think is still a work in progress for this specific mod. I think it has some issues, last I've heard. Battle mode, if you want to play online. Normally, like, no one's playing battle mode online. If you want to do this, you normally need to do some kind of a friend room. But let's jump into Retro Versus. I'm going to play as my man Funky. Kind of give me that actual competitive edge if I want to, you know, try. So far, I found one other person, so it's going to take a little bit to get into a game on this one. There are a lot of players on this, but at the same time, a lot of rooms are probably full, so I'll try to find a room that I can join. That might take a little bit, but once you get in a room, it doesn't take that long to get into matches from my experience, so we'll have to wait things out for a little bit here in the beginning. I might even want to back out at this rate, because I almost feel like it's a freeze. No, okay, it's working. Never mind. It just took a little bit to load for some reason. Alright, so just me and someone else. It's kind of a small lobby. Let me just do random for the start. I'm gonna play this one out, I guess, and then if it doesn't tell me we're gonna have a couple more people, I will just lobby hop. So we can find someone else, or a couple other people, hopefully, not just one. I don't want to play more than just a 1v1, after all. Looks like as though I am playing with someone from my region, because there are lines over the players' heads depending where they're from, and I believe blue should be North America. I don't know all the line colors off the top of my head. I think it's just the blue one is the only one I should know because of my current region, obviously. Nice snipe. I don't want to trap. if it's a 1v1, there's only so much that I can do to actually get the advantage. I do go faster than Daisy, so that does help on straightaways right now when I can just wheelie. Or right on my tail, though. Meant to grab the item, but should be okay. Okay, they got the draft. GG's. Literally down to one thing, and it was a random draft at the end. I had most of that race on lock. Okay, I'm not playing with just 3. No, we're going out. I'm gonna try to get a full room and not a room with no one in it. There you go. Now that's a full room. I don't really like playing Mario Kart with just like 1 or 2 people. That just doesn't feel right. I'd rather play with a majority of the room filled. Doesn't have to be a full 12 players, but it's gotta be over 6 for it to be comfortable. Looks like we're jumping into a middle of a race here, so we will have to wait a little bit, which is not that big of a deal. We can spectate while we wait. Oh, okay. Well, never mind about the spectating. We just joined at the very tail end of a race, so that's perfect. Alright, let's go ahead. I'm just gonna pick random because there's so many courses in this game. I don't really know what to pick at any given time. So random's always a safe bet if you never know. So if you're used to playing online with the newer Mario Kart games, like Mario Kart 8 and onwards, you don't really have much of a selection to pick. You can only pick like 3 different courses, and they're random for every time they show up on an online lobby, or you pick random. So you only have 4 options in total, but on Worldwides and Mario Kart Wii, you were able to pick any course in the game to play. And a mod this big, that's a lot of courses that you can pick at any given time. I had a feeling that would happen. Didn't want to burn the mushroom so early, but hitting the wall like that was just not a good thing. Wow. Random truck. Thanks. I haven't played Double Dash in a hot minute, so I gotta remember the layout of this course. I think I'm actually gonna want to use this now. I normally would hold this and try to run it up, but there's this really... Never mind. Couldn't take the shortcut. I was just gonna say, this really big shortcut here, off-road, I get hit right in front of the shortcut. That's just mean. And now I get the golden again, which is actually something I didn't want. It was gonna chain. If it was a star, that would have been the best case scenario. Barely hit the edge of the bomb radius, and that was just my fault. No one to blame but that car situation with me. Nice, double star. I'm gonna want to hold this now, because if I'm this far ahead, I'm not gonna get anything else from the item box I want. Gotta be careful, the stars behind me, though, if we're gonna have that be a problem. I'm afraid of a shock coming here soon. I'm using it. Right here could be a good shock point. No shock. Okay, surprised. That shortcut wouldn't have saved me much time, so honestly, it was not a big deal to use the star where I did. That was to play it safe, because if anything, the shock would have been used right before that final item set, and that could have screwed me out of getting 5th. You gotta know when players are gonna use that shock, and in a retro rewind lobby like this, people are gonna use it whenever they want. a lot more strategical than just, I'm gonna spam it. Although you might still have your spammers, to be fair. Alright, let me show off the random combo. So I just click that button and it gives me something completely different. So I have the Luigi on Dolphin Dasher. That's not the worst thing in the world to get. I mean, it could be better, but I'll take a bike. And Dolphin Dasher's one of the better ones. I swear, if I got something like Toad on the Baby Booster, then I just would have been out. Because I think that's the worst combo in the game. Being very slow and super easy to bounce around. So I'm gonna be happy enough with this. Nice. I'm still doing the Mario Kart World timing. I've been playing now for like, what? An hour and a half, 2 hours almost, and I'm still getting the timing wrong. Nope. Can't ride brake drift when you're speeding through with a mushroom. That doesn't really work. I was trying to figure out what version of Riverside this was. This is based off of the GBA variant and not the one from the Boosted Course Pass. I don't know what that funky's doing. Okay, you're gonna be one of those guys, huh? I'm in 10th, man. You didn't need to come after me. Oh, wow, that's an early shock. So that's what I was worried about before, saying players can still just use that thing whenever they feel like it. So that means there could be a second one in play on lap 3. Thread the needle there. I had a feeling that would happen again. That's why I was just spamming the golden. 'Cause something told me. Same spot. There'll be another shock. Sure enough. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the item there because of that unfortunate timing getting to the boxes. They were basically all gone. Dude, what are with the item boxes right now? I just need one of them to be in a decent spot. I had to take that really weird because of the star behind me. Oh, wow, I almost thought I got hit there. I'm not missing another item box. Unfortunately, I wanted the bill myself. That's not a bill. So I'm gonna get 9th. Not a great race for me. That was pretty rough. Although, I had to learn the layout of this specific course. Because I have not played the GBA Riverside course since I was a kid. Last time I played Super Circuit was when the GBA was still relatively new. So I don't remember the layout too much there. Alright, let me just go back to a normal combo. I just wanted to show the random one once. Yeah, it's really nice you can still play online with Mario Kart Wii. Funny enough, when the Wii server shut down in 2014, this game technically was never offline, if that makes sense. Because the WiiFi servers, which are custom servers for pretty much every Wii game that has online, same for DS. The servers are ready to go right before Nintendo pulled the plug on online for this console. So this game has never been without its online, which is nice, because that was the biggest selling point for Mario Kart Wii, is the online component. Mario Kart DS started the online push, but it was very limited online. You couldn't pick all the courses. It had some issues with it that all got ironed out by Wii. So this is still a game a lot of people play nowadays online. For years, it was mostly through the other distro, CTGP, but I'm glad to see now that this one is kind of taken over. Because I think Retro Rewind... I have played some CTGP just to get a feel of it. I do think this is better. In almost every way. It just has a lot more going for it. There's a lot more options in particular, not to mention that I feel like it's easier to install because now you don't need a Wii specifically to play the mod. So that's also really nice for a lot of people, because not everyone's going to have a Wii on hand to play this stuff anymore. And you have to keep that in mind, too, for a lot of players. I get why CTGP still requires the actual, like, Mario Kart Wii disc to be in a system for the anti-cheat. I get it, so it's probably better for competitive play. Well, not everyone's playing this game competitively. You need something more beginner-friendly and more open to anybody to play. Can't believe that worked. I'm going Y because I want an item. Nice! I got the big shortcuts there. That was really scary. Gonna do it again. I've seen a lot of this game played, so I kind of know some of the cuts. I'm not the best player at Mario Kart Wii, as you can tell, because I play more of the newer games at this point. But I know enough. It's still not enough, though, as you can clearly tell at times, but I know enough to at least not finish in 12th on every race. I'm gonna use this here, because I do need a new item. Don't think that gives me the same speed as the mushroom, so that was a terrible idea, but I have to try it. I'm too far behind, and I have to try risky stuff. Now, let's not get dead last after saying I know I cannot fail enough in this to get dead last. See, case in point, there's another cut. I'm not the best at this game, but I try. I gotta get you set up with Wheel Wizard, probably, Matt, because I think you should try playing this game online with me at some point, because you never played Mario Kart Wii. And if you're gonna play Wii, I recommend Retro Rewind nowadays. So, at some point, I think I'm gonna try to set you up with the emulator version, just so you can try the game for yourself. And then we can just play a friend room. And technically, in this, you can merge a friend room into Worldwides, which is nice. So you don't have to be limited with just playing with your friends. You can go online with friends, like the modern games. I think that's really nice, too. Again, not gatekeeping this to emulator or console only is just really healthy for the game. Gets more people to play it. Also, one nice thing to note about this game is I played on emulator with a brand new profile to show that you get everything unlocked. That's such a nice quality of life because there's so much you gotta do in this game to unlock all the characters and all the vehicles in the game. But you don't have to do any of that with the mod because it's just there from the beginning. So if you want to go online and play with Funky Flame Runner, you don't have to unlock it anymore. It's just there as soon as you turn on the game. Which is really nice. Probably should have saved this for a better shortcut. But that was kind of a close pairing of people, so I was kind of getting afraid of being bumped. I'll hold on to this star, though, for a little bit. No items, man. The whole set was just gone. Bib. Okay, well, that looked like some latency there, because that didn't destroy anyone. But that's fine. As long as it's not in my way, I don't care what happens to the Bib. I'm going to use this now, because I kind of want something better than a golden. If I can get a bill, that'd be nice. Stop using it here. Perfect timing. Nah, triple mushrooms. Okay. I was hoping for a bill, but this is also still good. It should be enough to get me through the shortcut here. Oh, I didn't like that setup. Yeah, that was pretty terrible. There was too much junk in the way. Oh, crap. Okay, well, that's fine. I guess I got dead last. Sure, thanks. Alright, that was a race. That ending was just such a mess, man. I was wanting to use the mushrooms to go through the grass patch, thinking that's gonna save me a spot or two. But what was that ending? Everything went wrong. Hey Sam, how you doing? I'm not taking gaming quests currently. Also, don't do that. I'm busy trying to play a game here, so of course I'm not gonna catch everything being said. Not even. Actually, no, I don't want to vote. I'm just doing that random. Because again, there's so many things. Okay. You know what? No, I'm sorry, buddy, but. Boop. I'm not into back seats, so please do not be that guy. I am not someone that appreciates that. That's part of the rules in the chat. So, be that way. I'm sorry. It's not going far. Talk about a game I haven't really played. This is the only Mario Kart I have not played. Mario Kart 7. So, I've been playing these specific courses through either Retro Rewind or the re-releases were like Mario Kart 8 and World. And I think I mentioned something about this when World came out, but for like Wario's Shipyard, for example, I actually played this specific variant, the one Retro Rewind. I played it in this specific distro first for Mario Kart Wii, because I'd never played 7. So it was good to play a mod that adds the course into Mario Kart. It got me prepared for the new one. Yeah, go away, please. Thank you. I didn't want to get completely destroyed right now. Barely, okay. That was a little sketchy because I had a bad angle there. Wow, that barely made it too. Talk about a sketchy end of lap 1. Yeah, hard to play 7 when 8 exists. 100% why I just never played it. Because by the time I could play the game, I played so much of Mario Kart 8 on Wii U, there was no reason to go back. Mario Kart 8 is just a better version of 7. That's what I've always heard. Not to say that Mario Kart 7's bad, but a lot of the things that Mario Kart 7 did, 8 improved on. Like with the the custom car pieces, the hang glider stuff was just better in Mario Kart 8, and then same for underwater stuff. So if you were going to play 7, you had to play it before 8 came out, because if you were playing 8, there was no reason to go back. Wow, I just saw that target shock in front of my eyes. I'm gonna use this now. I'm too far behind. I'm still too far behind. That doesn't help. I need a bullet bill if I'm gonna get something this far back. Bullet bill or a shock would have been nice. No, bad angle. Nope. Okay. Well, that just ruined the rest of my race. I was trying to land on that platform, so that was the right idea, but I went too far to the right, so I got a very weird bounce. All right, a little bit of lag there, so that guy didn't actually fall off. Did I get? No, I got 11th. I got dead last. Dang it. Oh, no. I thought it was 11-player lobby. Guess it was 12. Not doing that hot right now. I need to actually win at least something. Get at least top 5. I will say, if you are going to play this online, do be prepared to play against some players that are pretty dang good, because Mario Kart Wii's online is filled with a lot of people that have a lot of experience with the game most of the time. Not all the time, but a lot of people are playing this hardcore dedicated. They've played this for probably a couple years, like 10 plus, maybe sometimes. That is kind of what you get, though, playing a retro game online, because a lot of the people online are usually the die-hard fans. So they put a lot of hours in. I don't want to wheelie here because I don't want to get wheelie bumped. One thing I do not miss about this game going into future games is the fact that if you're wheeling and someone runs into you, you lose all your speed. It is terrible and nobody likes it. Maybe one day there'll be a mod for the game that actually removes it entirely, because I don't think I've ever seen that. And I was hoping to get an item there, but nope. Nobody took the cut? Really? That's like the easiest shortcut in this game. Just jump. Okay. This bridge, I swear, is cursed. Yep, there's another case of it. Everyone knows the clip of this game where there's a Daisy player getting hit by literally every item imaginable on that bridge. It's the most famous Mario Kart clip I could think of, because that's always the clip I see people share if you're talking about getting Mario Karted. It happened here. I'm gonna use this now, because I still need something better in the store. Fine, block cut, huh? Doesn't stop me. I'm going wide, because, yeah, that bullet, that is not something to be in the center for. Nice! I didn't know you can even get stuck on that lip. Nope, didn't take it sharp enough. I'm trying to make that with the brake drifting so I don't have to slow down all that much. Because otherwise you gotta go to a dead stop to make that turn. 10th again. Yeah, I'm not doing all that hot. Okay, never mind. 9th. I'm still doing not that hot, but that's better than 10th. I'm losing VR left and right now. This is not a great online session. Oh, this is funny timing. Every once in a while when I'm just waiting on something to load here in an online match, I just check social media, and I just seen right now they released a patch for Donkey Kong Bonanza, which is funny because they just finished another one of their Emerald Rush events yesterday, and nothing in the patch notes even says what changed. It's just several issues addressed, so it's the usual stability patch. Great. Why, Nintendo? Do your patch notes give me the equivalent of just a shrug? You tell me nothing in these notes at all. The one thing I really do not like with this company, man, they don't know how to write patch notes at all. I mean, heck, there's sometimes they flat out get things wrong in their patch notes. Oh man, I was hoping to get the wall ride, because that's a cool shortcut, but a little tricky to make. But yeah, no, I swear, of all the online patch notes being written, Nintendo's the one company that just does not know how to write them, because most of the time they just don't tell you at all what's changed in their game, which is really annoying for competitive games like Mario Kart or Smash and Splatoon. There are some patch notes that just flat out do not tell you what changed, so players have to figure it out themselves. Like, remember that mystery, like, several other things were adjusted note in Mario Kart World like a month after the game came out, and one of those several adjustments was completely revamping trick boosting, which completely changed the game for online time trial within a month, and they flat out did not tell players that. That is a really hard shortcut to make. Holy crap. I gotta practice this one on time trialing, because I've seen some cool stuff done on Bowser's Castle Switch. Or Switch 2, I guess. I just do not know how to do it. I gotta go wide here so I don't hit that Rosalina. Oh, no. Oh, come on. What was that bounce? I hit the dead center of one of these platforms, which is really, really precise. I'm actually surprised I even did that. And that definitely didn't help. I am not doing so hot right now. I do need a bullet bill. I'm going to try the shortcut here. I actually kind of had it and then immediately fell off. That is how narrow that chain is. Star doesn't really help me. Now we're talking. That actually does something. And it doesn't like off-road. I mean, the race is over. There's only 2 players left, and I'm one of them. So I'm getting dead last, if not 11th. But with how far back I am, it's dead last. I had a really bad race here. This is still a relatively new course. I just played it for the first time tonight, and these shortcuts are rough compared to the one in World. The World shortcuts have a lot more forgiveness to them, so if you fail it, it's not as bad on your time loss, but in this one, it's punishing, because they start pretty early in the track. Even though we're failing a lot, I'm still just having a chill time, and, you know, hopefully people are enjoying this little session of just playing some Retro Rewind. A mod I've kind of tinkered with here and there in the past on my own time, but never shown it off until now, just because it's a good mod, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, played a lot of Mario Kart last year, so it's like, if I showed it off last year, I think it would have been a little too much. Plus, it's matured a lot now. I think it's one of the best times to show it with the custom items and everything. And I think to end tonight's stream, I'm going to go back into a standard game, and I'm going to play with custom items. I always like ending one of these kart racing streams with custom item stuff, just to kind of screw around. And I can do that here too, it just wouldn't be online. Drop that fib. I got a really weird trick there. Wow, no speed. Like, 0. Great. No item, too. I just went right past the box as it spawned. That's how close I was. It wouldn't have mattered much unless I had a dodge item. I was gonna lose it. Wow, that was a good bomb. Took out like 4 people. I'm gonna lose it, so might as well just use the mushroom now. I think the PAL should come back, honestly. That's one of the items in this game that hasn't made a return, and I get why they haven't brought back Thundercloud, because the Thundercloud does just suck. That is not a fun item. But the PAL is actually an item that's pretty strategical. So if you don't just spam it the second you get it, you can use the PAL block in sections to screw players up. So it is actually a pretty powerful item to still use in Mario Kart. And it's only in this game. Oh, that back spam. Oh, that's a bad fib spot. Oh, that sucks. I lost 2 spots. Dude, who has to be the dirty player of the line? Come on. The race is over. There's no reason to do that. I hate players that back spam on the line. That's just toxic, man. Nobody likes that practice. I swear, everyone I talk to says the same thing. So I know I'm not the only one that says that. I believe the red you're seeing there, one of the players, Wii TK Summit, I believe that means their course got picked not too long ago, so the game doesn't prioritize their specific course as something to pick next for, I think it's like 5 races? That way, it's not the same person constantly getting their pick over and over again. That's a system that doesn't exist in vanilla Mario Kart Wii, so it's nice to see here. I mean, I still have, like, I wouldn't say fond memories, because it's not a great thing to have happen. But I still have memories in friend rooms where you got that one guy that keeps on picking the same course, so you do, like, 4 races on the same track. Not ideal. So now imagine that in an online worldwide where it's 12 different people, and one guy keeps on getting their track picked, like, 5 times in a row. Yeah, that's not great. So the fact that I have a limiter on that is nice. I got like no boost out of that, and I keep on burning my reds. Dirty bomb. That was a dirty bomb. Oh, I'd seen that coming as soon as I hit the boost. Like, ah, I'm screwed, aren't I? The answer was yes. I'm gonna use the star here and chain it. Nice timing. Shock dodge, baby. And I almost got bolted, so that actually would have been really terrible. Oh, that green. That was so risky. Put that a little too sharp, though. Finally, a decent race. 3rd place, I'll take. That shock dodge did so much. I went from 6th to 3rd because of that. Using your items at the right time really makes a difference in Mario Kart. Because if you just spam them, yeah, you just get screwed. Yeah, I gotta say though, it's nice right now to stream without like any lights on, because normally I have so many things blaring on me. I'm just sitting here with like one lamp. It's nice and comfy. I'm not gonna be on camera for long, but I'm just gonna show it really quick. This is what I got. I mean, it's not bad with a single lamp behind me, but it's a warm lamp, so it makes the room kind of yellowish. So it's not ideal for streams, but don't want to be on camera. That's why I made the PNG tuber guy. Said it before, but I'll say it again for some people who've missed me talk about this. I've only talked about it briefly in some streams. Sometimes you don't want to always be on camera, but you still want to stream something. And I could go back to the old format of just doing game. But I have this interaction stuff already built in. I knew I could take it one step further, hence how I made this little PNG guy. Because people like just having something to look at that's talking, as that gives you a feeling of it's a similar feeling that you get from when you're watching someone on camera. Like, you feel like you're hanging out with the person in that same room. Kind of the same vibes. I'm only going for single. I don't know how to do double cut right now, and I don't want to risk it. I want to have a mushroom. Going too high. Okay, that Daisy missed the item in front of me. That's the one I thought they were taking, so I'm actually surprised I got it. Listen, all the funkies. If it's not a funky you see, it's a Daisy. Two best characters in the game. That was a terrible attempt at the double. I got a weird bounce, so I just kind of screwed that up. I should just be going for the single cut, because it's just safer. And all the items, man, really? Wow, really? That was pixels away from getting hit with the lightning. Holy, that was really, really nice. But unfortunately, it didn't do that much because everyone's in the same exact, like, pact. At the line? Let's go. At least I got 6 out of that. That shock dodge was so close. I think I got it the frame after my star ran out, but the game didn't know that yet. It couldn't keep up with latency. So internally, I guess the game thought I was still in the star by like 1 frame. So it gave me the dodge. That's how close that was to not working out. It was down to the literal in-game frames. I don't think I've seen a shock dodge that close in my life. Yeah, we already did DK Summit, so that's why that track can't get picked again. Since we just played there, it's gonna automatically skip it. Actually, now thinking about it, I think that's what the red means. If a track was picked, it can't be picked for a couple races just to keep things from being spammed. And that's definitely the way to go. How, after all this time, am I still doing the world timing, man? It's like baked into my head. To be fair, that timing's been the same since Mario Kart 7, I think? I've been playing Mario Kart 8 since, 2014, 2015, actually, not thinking about it. So over a decade of that specific timing for the boost has been in my head. That doesn't help when you go back to a game that's slightly different. Ooh, a bullet bill. I'm gonna hold this for a while, because this is too good to use so soon. I don't like being next to this funky though, I'm gonna break. Okay. They got rid of their shell on the way into the cannon. I don't want to hold this forever, because if someone uses shock, I will lose my bullet. I think I'm going to use it here on this lap, but not here in particular. Maybe this works like Mario Kart World's version of this track. And if it does, I know where a bullet extension could be. Now. Use the shock. Use it. Use it. Use it. Come on. Yep, that's the extension. This is going to go the whole way. Nice. Unfortunately, no shock, so I didn't dodge it. Got the item, perfect. Now use the shock. I'm doing it again. If they give me another bullet, this is the perfect spot for it. Come on, shock. Nope. What was that POW timing? Like, where did it come from? I should have got hit by it. Alright, well, that was weird. Nice 4th place. The fact I got the bullet bill in the same spot for 2 different laps was insane. That's the same bullet extension as in Mario Kart World for this track. If you use a bullet bill right in that lava room, then it just goes that whole spiral. You want to do that in this game and also Mario Kart World. Same strategy for both. And now that we have custom items, we can actually tell where those bullet extensions are in this game as well as like Mario Kart World. Because with custom items, just play with bullet bills only. Then you can see where to use them to get the most time out of them. It's really nice that we have custom items in this as well. I just love custom items. It's not just a great thing for experimenting and practicing, but it just leads to some of the dumbest game modes. And it's just always so much fun. Oh, I believe this course has a speed mod to it. So I'm actually going a little bit faster than I normally would by, I think it's like 10 or 15 cc extra. Yeah, when normally our top speed is like 100, not 110. It's normally like 96 kmh, and we're going that on a drift. And we get about 130 on a drift boost. So this might be like 15 cc, maybe 20 at the very most if I had to really bet. Okay, I'm gonna just use this. I keep on getting wheelie bumped, man. No way! I barely missed that landing. That sucks. That would have been really nice to make with the mushroom. Or at least I got a second set. Now, I know there's like a super broken shortcut you take on this course, which I think it's still in this version. Nice bounce. I'm gonna need to take it. Yeah, like half the room already took it. All right, so I have no chance. It's just not gonna happen now, but I have to still try. Yeah, everyone's done. This is the path you want to take because not only does it put you backwards a little bit so you can get a better item, but also it is slightly faster, I think, to take that cannon. But unfortunately, I was so far behind, it didn't matter. And I think that used to have an item set there at that ramp. It no longer does. So that specific strategy seems to have been patched out in this latest version. That's fair, from what I've seen. Having items there on the cannon part was a little too busted. But probably for the better, they took away the items there. I don't think I remember playing this course in almost 20 years. I don't go back to Mario Kart DS all too much, so that's kind of why. It's a great game, but it's just killer on my hands. I can't do it anymore. The snaking is way too much, and you need the snake if you want to play at a high level. No, okay, well I'm gonna use this now then. I wasn't wanting to get bumped like that, so we're using a golden a little too early. Alright, we need to stay up here though. No, 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 oh come on, in the worst case scenario, I fell into off bounds area. That sucks. You fall down here, that's like a 20-second time loss. I'm not even kidding. It's that punishing. I need to use this because I'm way too far behind now because of that. They only gained one spot with that golden mushroom. That's how far that down path takes you. It's such a long pathway. It's just terrible to take. Thought I heard a thundercloud behind me for a second. That's what I was trying to find. How did that hit the wall? Really? Kind of wanted that item. Kind of need it. Alright, this time we gotta stay up here. We can't fall. Being up here is just too important. Alright, there we go. It's kind of a hard path to stay on, to be fair. So it's a risk versus reward to be up there, but it's such a major time save. You can't fall. Too far behind, I gotta use it now. I'm gonna move a little bit. I gotta use it now. Again, too far behind. I need something better than the star. The lobby's getting kind of small. It's hard to get some better items like bullet bills or even the shock at this point. Oh, that sucks. Oh, come on. This is getting ridiculous now. I really need a bullet. I'm doing it. That could screw up half the lobby. How did nobody fall? No, one person fell. I was gonna say, how did nobody fall there? That is actually insane. I'm gonna save this. I'm not gonna do anything better. I need to save for the ending. Now. Because that alone saves you another second or so if you take that jump with a mushroom, and it does cross the finish line. I kind of had to do that. Otherwise, I would have got 6th. A good idea to save the golden. Yeah, I agree on that one, Matt. Mario Kart DS is just so much fun. It's just so hard to play nowadays. Again, if you want to do the top level stuff because of the snaking, it's killer on the hands. If I go back to play the game, I'm honestly going to just play it on an emulator with a controller with a bigger D-pad. You need something that's not going to be as small as a DS's D-pad. It wouldn't be as bad on the hand, but still, I'd play it in like moderation. My favorite part about the game though was its mission mode. It was so much fun. Which is kind of why it was sad to see that this game, Mario Kart Wii, got its own mission mode, so to say, with the tournament stuff. But it was online only, and it was very short-lived. So that's why so many people missed out on most of the tournaments. So play Tournament Museum if you want your mission mode in this game, because it's fantastic. I mean, I did a stream on the whole thing, showing every single tournament in the game. And there's a lot. Ah, crap. I haven't played on this version of Whistle Stop. I'm used to the one in World, so I'm gonna make a lot of fumbles. I do know about this, though. This is a speed path. Oh, I barely made it back to the road. A bullet? I feel like I need to use this now because I'm so far behind. And that barely took me anywhere, too, though. Well, I guess it's good I used it, but also not. Oh, and it pushed me into the mushroom. Well, at least there's a second set up ahead. And they got the mush. I'm not taking the big shortcut here like you can in World. It's extremely risky. I've seen it. It's not hard. It's not hard. Yeah, duh, if you're a pro player. It's not easy. It's very hard, is what I meant to say. Oh, it did crack. Oh, that's unfortunate. Because I didn't need to take that path then. No one come up here now. But unfortunately, those bounces made me miss an item. There's a big shortcut you can take here, just like in Mario Kart World, we jump over the platform. And yeah, some players will go for it. I don't want to, because I haven't even done that in World without a feather. Okay, perfect. I can use that for the ending turn here. That's a really bad bounce, though. Yep, I knew it. That bounce got me 5th. If I didn't hit the wall, I would have got 4th, but that took me so far up in the air for some reason. I don't know why that turn gave me such a big bounce. I think I'm losing VR because of the size of the room, but it's not gonna be much. Oh no, I gained some, 35. I'm actually surprised I gained VR here. Like my guy kind of reacts every time I move the mic. That's not me talking. That's me just readjusting the microphone. It's kind of sensitive, which you normally don't hear, but the program I use for the PNG guy, I can't run a noise gate through that. So it gets every tiny little thing I do to it. Every little touch, breather, gets it all. Well, I could be down for some great question mark block. Wii Mute City is also pretty good. I don't get much of a start boost there, but it really doesn't matter on this course because of all the boosters. This is how the course is supposed to play instead of flying off the wall every 5 seconds. Wow, that's a very different game when you're not 500cc. Get away from that. Daisy. early shock. There might be a second one on lap 3. No, I didn't mean to hit the wall. I mean, I can still work with this. It's just not ideal. I kind of want an item right now, so I'm going to take this a little wide. Triple mushrooms on this course is just kind of redundant. All the speed boosters here. A golden, though. That's better. I'm going to do that big shortcut like I did on lap 1. Really? A back green now. Come on, what were the back greens, man? All right, just go, go, go. That was a little too close to not being a 6th place. That lightning was in a terrible spot. I knew there was going to be another shock. Called that a mile away. Like I know people at this point or something. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to ask this going into tonight's stream, because I actually completely forgot I even did it. Anyone see any of that treehouse coverage that happened a few hours ago? Also, what the heck was that? Random announcement of a game being shown that comes out a month from now, and then a Pokemon one, which they could have shown on the Pokemon Direct later this week. This Nintendo Treehouse felt very random from what I heard. But I didn't see anything from it, because I was busy preparing for this. Fun fact, it took me over an hour to download all the mod stuff I needed for tonight, because the Wii takes forever to download mods. I had to download it on the console itself, and that wasn't fun. I don't know how to do the big shortcut here. I'm not even gonna try it. I've seen people jump over the railing. I don't know how. So I'm not chancing it. Okay, using mushroom now. Never looking forward to Protocto, but we like Animal Crossing. That's fair, because from what I've seen, it's basically Pokemon Animal Crossing, so there's that. I have no interest for that reason, because I don't care for Animal Crossing. That's just my personal taste. I still find it weird they showed that at a treehouse today for some reason. Again, they could have waited on that one until the Pokemon Presents. It just kind of feels weird. Also, the Pokemon thing this year is just kind of weird in general. I mean, I'll go into that in a minute, because I know people are very... Why? I'm sorry, your Uber needs to turn around to go straight. Sure. Again, I'll talk about the Pokemon thing in a minute. I know people are heated about the Pokemon thing from this week, but I'll go into that later. I want to talk about Mario Wonder for now, something I actually care about. I'm probably going to do the upgrade to Mario Wonder because I played through all that game when it was new, and I really liked it. I don't know exactly what entails this upgrade, because again, I didn't see any Treehouse stuff. I know they really focused on local multiplayer stuff when they first announced it, which is not my cup of tea. Those are solid. Okay, might as well be running into a truck. I thought it was gonna count like a bush. Wrong I was. That was a really bad faraway oasis for me. Second to last is not great. Yeah, I don't know what's fully in Mario Wonder's upgrade, so I'm gonna probably want to look into that before picking it up. Because if it's mostly local multiplayer, then it's like I'm not gonna be playing a lot of it, unfortunately. Like, that's the whole reason why I haven't bought any of that Luigi's Mansion 3 DLC when that came out, because most of it was local multiplayer, and that's not something I can really do. Kind of prefer online stuff. And it also has some like weird PvP thing in it as well, so that's another thing with Mario Wonder's DLC I'm not sure of. So, gonna look it up. It comes out in like a month, so it's soon. Alright, now it's time to make everybody upset. How about those GBA re-releases? That's all I'm gonna say, just I don't mind. They have to buy them. I think the prices are alright, 20 bucks. Have you seen Fire Red and Leaf Green? The prices online are terrible if you want that game used. But I think they're going about the re-release in the wrong way. I will say that. So for people who missed that news, it leaked, so this is one of the worst kept secrets in recent history for Pokemon. Fire Red and Leaf Green is getting re-released on the Switch eShop. $20 to get each game individually. And then $20 for every language. For some reason. It's a bare bones emulation. It's not going to be a part of the GBA service, and most people thought it would be, so that kind of feels like a missed opportunity. We'll get into that one in a minute. But there's no, like, rewind, no save states from what I can understand. I don't even know it's going to have a cloud save, because no Pokemon has cloud saving. For some reason. Again, we'll get into that one in a minute, too. The internet has been pissed this week, though, about the Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green thing. It is insane of how many people are upset that they got what they asked for, and now are not happy with what they asked for. How many years have people asked for the Virtual Console to come back as releasing games individually for like 10 to 20 bucks? And now we finally have that happen, and now it's like the scene from Courage the Cowardly Dog, where, you know, it's a too much macaroni, not enough macaroni. I hate macaroni. It's that feel, but for a game. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting, man. I'm mixed on the Fire Red and Leaf Green thing myself, because I am very happy to see these games get re-released. They have never been re-released before. But I do think how Nintendo and Game Freak going about the re-release has been... Yo, bam, shock dodge. I do think how the re-release for Fire Red and Leaf Green have been set up is sloppy. I am not a fan of its structure. The fact you gotta buy every language individually is very sloppy. To me, I'm not a fan of that. The reason why is because they're individual ROMs. So in their system, every single game needs to be in its own program, so they can sell you it separate. That's stupid. There should have just been a collection of the games in a program, and you select your language. Then you just buy it once. I know a lot of other people argue, just buy both games together in a collection. Then you could have done the same, maybe for like 30 bucks if they want to charge more. Also would have preferred that, but they always will sell Pokemon games separate, so I'm fine with this. I'm just not keen on it. Did they do the same with the re-releases of all the Game Boy games on 3DS? I don't remember that, but you'd probably be right. I don't like that, personally, when any game gets re-released and then they make it different SKUs for language. I think that's just weird. Because you can put them all together in one collection and then you select the language. Loading the ROM as a different file, I get. But separating them out in different SKUs to sell in your eShop, that is weird. Most people aren't going to be dealing with that. Just buy your language. So I'll just buy English if I'm playing English. It sucks if you're a speedrunner and you need a different language for, you know, text speed. But most people aren't going to be doing that. Yeah, that's how I am too, man. It's like, I don't speak any other language but English, so it doesn't really affect me. I just seen the different SKUs of languages, and I'm just like, okay, why? just why? That is a little much. Because again, to me, I don't mind the price. I think $20 for a game that sells for $300 on the used market is more than fair. It does seem a little high compared to a lot of other collections out there of games that can sell for the same price. So you get a lot, like, the big one a lot of people have been comparing things to are some of the Mega Man collections. Like, a lot of people have been comparing the Pokemon thing to the GBA collection of Mega Man games with the Battle Network series. And it is cheaper, but also half the time it's on sale, which is why. You do get a lot more for your money there, but at the same time, it's not the same thing because of it being collection. It's a weird comparison. I would prefer that, personally, a collection, put them both together. But again, this is Pokemon. They've been nickel and diving people since the very first release on the Game Boy. Of course that's not going to change years later. Just buy one version and be good. If you don't care, don't buy it. Vote with your wallet. How many people are going to be so vocal and then they're still going to buy it anyways? So, like, what's the point? I've been seeing so many people saying, I got my version right here, and they're breaking out their old Game Boys and playing. It's like, that's good on you. And then I've seen other people do the same thing, but like with emulator setups, like on 3DS with like a hacked system, or with a Steam Deck and playing it, and it's like, okay, good on you. But at the same time, you don't really need to like shame others who want to buy it. I never understood that mentality, personally. If you don't care for it, just don't buy it. And just leave it at that. There's no reason to bully others for their decision, because this is an accessible way for a lot of people to get the game through legal channels. Some people don't know how to set up emulators or don't want to, and want to play on an official release. I will say, this version not having any online support is also a missed opportunity and really stupid. So it's not the definitive way of playing the game, but it's a more modern way of playing it, and that's all people are needing. That's my 2 cents on it, personally. That's why I said, I'm just eh. I don't care. The older you get, the less you care about this kind of stuff. You just get tired of people complaining every 5 seconds on the internet, which is why I don't really use social media much. Because I don't like seeing that every time I load up my phone, because it's just tiring. Yeah, the big reason why it's separate as a like instead of being in the subscription, and this is where I was wanting to go next, so thank you for bringing this up, Matt. Instead of being in the NSO app, the theory of releasing the games individually as purchasable SKUs is due to their integration with Pokemon Home. I don't know if that would have been possible with NSO. Maybe they tried getting it to work on NSO and they couldn't. Who knows? Because we do have other Pokemon games on the service, like the Pokemon Stadium games, for example. And soon enough, we're going to get Pokemon Coliseum and XD. I don't know if they're going to be able to link up with the Fire Red and Leaf Green games on your Switch. That's going to be the $1 million question when they launch. Something tells me probably no. So, to get the home integration, they probably had to go a different route. And even then, again, we'll see with Pokemon Coliseum and XD when they launch on the Switch 2. Because those games can link up with GBA games, meaning you can get the Pokemon out, but they might not have home integration because of the NSO app. It might not be able to communicate with the NSO saves, for all we know. Yeah, a lot of people, when they brag about emulation stuff, yeah, they just show the title screen. You're not wrong. A lot of people boot the game, brag about it, and then go play something else. Which is why it's like, I agree on that one. That's a whole other, like, market of people. That's just annoying. Those are trolls. That's why nobody cares what a troll says, because their opinions don't matter. They're just trying to rage bait. Every time I see those posts, I'm just like, you're not even actually part of this conversation. You're just trying to make someone mad. Like, don't get me wrong, I emulate a lot of games myself because of the convenience factor. But at the same time, I don't go bragging about it on socials because it's not the way to go. It's pretty stupid, honestly, to do that to people. I'm gonna use this now because it's good to screw people on the turn. Wow, nice time for a shock. Really, man? Just when I thought I was making headway. I'll get a bad box now, so this should help. Yeah, there we go. That does kind of help, but I gotta use it immediately. There's a speed mod on this course, if you couldn't tell already. So I need to use the mushroom now. Nice, got 4th. I'm shocked I got 4th after that. But yeah, no, the put a pin in the Pokemon thing. Like, people got really mad this week, or this past week, I should say, rather, about the Fire Red and Leaf Green thing. And it's like, I get it to a degree, because the multiple SKU thing is stupid for the languages. The fact that they're separate is also kind of dumb. They also should have been included with the Game Boy NSO stuff, but then also be a separate purchase for the people that want it. Like, just make it as one of the games that's included with the expansion pass. I think that would have been a better call, but at the same time, it's Pokemon. They're always going to charge you for Pokemon. It's the most successful franchise in the world. It's the highest grossing franchise, monetary-wise, in the world. So, why are people still surprised with some of these tactics is beyond me. If you want it, buy it. If you don't, don't. Just don't go complaining, because it's not going to do anything. It's just going to make more people mad. You vote with your wallet, and that's how things change. Yeah, it still also would have been upset if that was just $10. 100% agreed. Because that's the thing. You can't please everybody. And man, did people just want to complain this week about it. Because it does have some merit. Some of the complaints are very much real complaints. Don't get me wrong on that one, as I've been complaining about some of the factors myself. But you know, most of the people complaining about this are still going to buy it anyways, because that's always what happens. How many people said Scarlet and Violet looked like absolute garbage and it's going to be the worst game in the franchise? And then it became one of the best-selling games in the franchise, because all those people that complained about it weren't the target audience. And in fact, most of those people still bought the game anyways. So bam! Was this another arcade track? I've never played this one. Nice! Hop dodge! I got to keep my mushroom because of that. I'm gonna use the mushrooms soon, probably. Stay back. Nice. There's no off-road here I'm seeing, so there's no good spot to use it to take a shortcut. Well, at least there's this one. Make that turn a living hell. That was too close. Not a great spot for that. Oh, come on, man. The combo. I'm going to get 7th now. That was a terrible... Okay. That was a terrible spot to get hit by a bouncing green. I was already getting punished because of lightning, man. I didn't need to get hit while I was already down. Yeah, that's another thing to talk about too there, Matt. The whole ZA review bombing thing. Here's the problem I have with ZA. It's a good game, but it has a lot of issues. At the same time, I also agree that's one of the better games we've had in a long time in the franchise. So I don't agree with the review bombing. I know I'm gonna have pitchforks come at me for this, but that's why I could say it during the Twitch ad break, because unless you subscribe, you won't hear it. And that's good, but unfortunately the YouTube audience will. So, you can come at me with pitchforks. I think Legend ZA is a good 7 out of 10 game. Now, most people hear that and want to throw you off a roof, because for whatever reason, 7 out of 10 is bad. It's not. It's a really good game, but at the same time, it has a lot of problems, and they could easily be fixed with a sequel. We just started. What's with the random bomb, man? it can easily be fixed with a sequel to that kind of gameplay style. It's the first of its kind, being the first real RPG that has a real-time battle system instead of turn-based. And it shows, with a lot of the interactions being kind of janky at times. But at the same time, it was a very, very big thing of fresh air for the franchise. It needed something new. Because we've gotten the same thing now for about 30 years. So we needed a change. And we have it with ZA. But yeah, there's still going to be a lot of people that are upset. Yeah, the game looks like garbage. But at the same time, what Pokemon game has looked stunning after the DS era? Let's not kid ourselves. That has been a complaint since the 3DS days. The games are going more about the gameplay factors than the graphics. I hope that changes on Switch 2, now when they can just properly develop on Switch 2. I'm not going to hold my breath, because, again, these games kind of get rushed out the door a lot of the time, so Pokemon is just a game that has to come out when it comes out, no matter what, which does lead to a lot of issues, as we've seen. But at the same time, I care more about the gameplay. I don't care how the game looks. As long as it doesn't run like garbage, like, you know, Scarlet Violet did. And even then, I still look past a lot of those performance issues because I enjoyed the actual gameplay of Scarlet Violet. And it's an easy recommendation now because of all the performance fixes on Switch 2. You just play it nowadays if you have a Switch 2. There's no reason to play it on Switch 1. That was a really bad POW for me. I'm in dead last, too. This is terrible. I'm not going to make much headway here, to be fair. I need a bullet to get anything past 6, so... yeah, that's what I figured. I'm just playing it out. Try to get a little bit closer to last place slot so I don't lose as much VR. But that's all I can do. Now, speaking of ZA, I know we got the Pokemon Presents thing later in the week. I do hope they announce some more stuff for the DLC, in particular for ZA, because I think that game got DLC way too soon. It was pre-orderable before the game came out, which was insane. I never like when games do that. That, to me, is just a bad practice. But I hope that it gets more, because it looks interesting from what I've seen, but the DLC to me does not look worth $30. I'm just going to be 100% honest on that. So I'm hoping they announce some more stuff for it. I mean, that's what they've done with the DLC stuff since Gen 8. It's been in 2 pieces. So you have Wave 1, which is some content, and then Wave 2 is more later. It usually is a few months later. So I'm hoping that's the case for ZA as well. Because the DLC price is the same since Sword and Shield, excuse me. That has been the price for DLC, but it's been broken up into 2 different waves. So $30, and then you get like 2 different packs, essentially. That's why I hope that we get some announcement of more content, in particular for DLC, because having only one thing there for 30 is not a great deal. So it'd be something I wait on for a little bit. I'm honestly kind of feeling done with the game now, because I'm in like the post-game section. And I've just been doing a lot of the side quests, and honestly, the side quests are just kind of nothing burgers to me. I've not had fun with most of them. I've been pretty much using the side quests as a podcast thing. And I'm kind of caught up on podcasts now, so it's starting to become a thing where I just want to get back to Prime 4 and beat that, because I'm almost done with that game. Oh crap, I was wanting that. Need something good here. I gotta go away, though. No way. No way! Come on, do the combo! Alright, I'm just screwed. Alright, GG's. I just lost because of that. I was in second at one point there. I saw that. That was terrible! I think I'm gonna swap rooms now, because this one's not only getting very aggressive, but also it's only 6 players, and it's not going up. So let's try getting a different room. That's not much better. It's only 3. But to be fair, we might be getting matched into another group. So this could just be 3 people spectating. It might not be the whole lobby. I really hope it's not. I really hope we have more than 3. I misread what you said for a second there, Matt. I thought when you were reading, yeah, I can't be upset with Pokemon because they make fun games, but I can be upset with the quality of life. Huh? And then I read can't in the middle of that. It's like, oh, no, okay, no, that makes more sense. I was about to say, I am upset the game is actually easier now to get a competitive team, and it doesn't take me 50 hours for one mon. I hate that, said nobody. Yeah, like with Scarlet and Violet, yeah, we were making like very specific teams for the raids, and it was not hard. Like we were getting competitive, viable teams within a few hours. It was very easy to do. They've made getting good mon, specifically with like their EVs, IVs, natures, all that, so much easier in this franchise now. It's still not perfect, so it still takes a while for you to grind up your team and also to get the exact stats that you want, and then same for abilities and such. So it still takes a while to like get the team you need for competitive stuff, but it's nowhere near what it used to be. And that's the important thing. Because in the past, it was like a full-time job just to raise one Pokemon to a competitive status. That burnout in the beginning is literally the only reason why I'm this far behind. Like, yeah, probably have still lost the race based on how this guy's driving, but at the same time, there's no way it would have been this big of a gap. And I got a 5th for my final thing. Yep, that's worthless. I was far enough away, I was hoping for more mushrooms after getting a triple pack. But yeah, that just did not happen. Alright, we're lobby jumping again, because I kind of want more than 2 people in the lobby. Yeah, might have 2? Nope. I'm getting more. There you go, that's much better. That's almost a full room. I think that's 10 players, what I'm counting. Wonder how many of the people I'm playing online with right now are actually playing on a Wii or a Wii U, and how many of them are playing on Dolphin. I know a lot of players still play on original hardware just for the feel, but there's no real difference between console and emulator for this with the right settings. They just kind of play on whatever. I don't know, I already had a save on this system from my Mario Kart Wii stuff I transferred into Retro Rewind, hence why I'm playing on the Wii. But nothing's stopping you from playing it on Dolphin and getting the exact same experience. As I've shown before, just playing against CPUs. Also, this game looks really good on the Wii. A lot more mods I've noticed are starting to add the deflicker option into their overall settings, which is really nice. And I think Retro Rewind has it baked in by default, because there was no setting for it, but this definitely looks sharper than just playing Mario Kart Wii by itself. For those that don't know about that, there was a discovery a few years ago on the Wii where by default it has this like this flickering filter on. It's more designed for CRT screens, which most people nowadays are not using. And that filter also applies to the 480p output, which is for both the Wii and the Wii U, like with Virtual Wii U through the HDMI. So things are blurrier because of that filter. If you turn on something called deflicker, That gets rid of that blurrier filter. Makes things a little bit jackier, but at the same time, everything is sharper. I prefer having that deflicker filter on, because it gives you the raw pixels. It doesn't make things blurry. So, if I can, I usually turn that setting on, but in this case, Retro Rewind I think just has it baked in, as I said before, by default, because I didn't see any of the stuff in the options say anything about deflicker, at least with this version. I think in the past it was there, but then it just got removed. So it might just gotten turned on by default. Still not as sharp as emulation, but it's very close. Now, the big advantage that emulation has is you can just bump up the resolution, so you can play at something the Wii was never designed for, which in some cases actually makes some games look worse. But in others, it does make them better. I think in a game like this, it's a little too much at times, because up-resing things past 480p, then you really do see just how low-res these models are. Like, look at the human models for, like, the princesses or Mario and Luigi, and they can look a little cursed. And DK's extra mouth on his feet are really noticeable on emulators because of just how sharp emulator makes it look. I kind of just prefer the original look a little bit more. That's just me. Also, I prefer Wii over Wii U. I don't know, man. Like, the virtual Wii is fine for most people, but because I have access to an upscaler, I'd rather play through that with the Wii. I mean, it also gives me GameCube controller support, which is huge. You can't do that on a Wii U, unfortunately. But I don't know, I get like slightly cleaner video out of actual Wii compared to Wii U. Just slightly blurrier, and the colors are slightly more shifted to the reds. At least in my experience. Dude, I go back and I look at like my Mario Galaxy 2 videos, and holy crap, they're blurry. Like, they are so blurry. That's running off of a Wii U via its virtual Wii. And it shows, because that was before any of these deflicker mods were found, which would fix the blurry output on a Wii or Wii U. And I don't know, man, but for whatever reason on the Wii U, things just look very soft. So it looks like I'm playing the game in 360p, but I'm not. I'm playing it in 1080p. It just doesn't look like that. I'm staying over here. I'm keeping this. Great timing for that. This Mega Thundercloud is going to give me my very first place tonight. Because I'm so far ahead. I just got to keep this momentum going. I didn't mean to drop that banana, so hopefully it's a good trap. Let's go! First place! That Mega Thundercloud was massive. That took me from, what, 7th place? All the way up to 1st. And then the blue shell hit me. But because I was in a Mega, it didn't matter. That was huge. That is why Mega Thundercloud being a thing in these Mario Kart mods is so much better than the vanilla Thundercloud crap. Having that thing on me there would have screwed me. I would have lost that race, guaranteed. Because if I couldn't pass it, I would have shrunk down, and then I would have been stuck in like 7th, 8th place for the rest of that race. Very clever idea for the modding scene to transform that item into a Mega Mushroom instead of just a lightning bolt. That makes such a big difference for how the game feels. There's like, turn that item off, put it back to standard Thundercloud, you will feel a difference. It is not fun by comparison. Again, our first repeat. I mean, we have over 200 courses, but you're still bound to play some of the same ones over and over. It does depend on what people pick. And in this case, apparently DS Delfino Square is pretty popular. Because we've gotten this already tonight. Is that the Sprinter? Someone's playing with the Sprinter car, I think. Down with the side red. Let's go. What was that turn? I hopped once and I somehow got a second hop. I was trying to go for the dock, but not like that. And the items are gone. All right, that's not great. Oh, come, dude, I am on the wall. You don't need to hit me. I'm already in a terrible spot. No, don't worry. This is just item farming at this point. I'm trying to get some good items. Definitely not terrible at video games. Definitely not. I kind of want an item, please. Oh, I got wheelie bumped into the wall. That's the worst part. Like, it bumped. Why did you take that item? Could take any other item, but you had to take the one that's off to the side. I'm not good at that dock cut. Holy crap. Okay, that was terrible. I needed a bullet, man. That's not a bullet. Well, second to last again. Hey, at least I got that one first place. So you can't say I didn't win anything tonight. What do you mean that was the most luck-based first place? We still count those. To be fair, this room has some pretty good players, so I'm not gonna really complain too much. This is a hard room. Like, what's the average VR here? Let me see if we can even see it on the Retro Rewind site, because might be able to. Let's see, rooms. All right, in my room, the average VR is, yeah, that explains a lot. Because look at the numbers here. It's pretty big. Oh, page just changed. I gotta find my name again. All right, I got it. Average VR here is close to 14,000. I'm 7,000, so that tells you a lot. I'm the lowest VR in the room from what I'm seeing here. The second lowest is at 10,000. So I'm definitely out of my experience wheel at this point, fighting some of the more aggressive players out there. But to be fair, think of the VR game. If we win, we get a lot of VR. As we saw from that one match. I think I got like 100 VR, something like that. But then there's going to be a lot of this. The players know where to use their items, so we're going to get back bombed or back shelled. That was the worst turn, dude. I didn't mean to hit that button again, but you know what? I'm far enough behind, the bullet is kind of required. So, not the end of the world. It's not a good spot though, I've used it. These bullets right now are getting kind of scary. Man, I was getting ready to take the big grass cut here. I couldn't get the item. I was anticipating him getting the other one, not the one in the middle. Oh, that's a really good fib. Moles, man, they're in a bad spot. That lightning really screwed me up, man. Bad spot, but I'm not surprised. That's where I would have used it myself. So that made sense to use there. That just sucked. I think we're gonna play a few more races of this, probably like 2 or 3 more, and then we're gonna wrap up tonight with some custom item jank. We're gonna just do some interesting things to close out the stream. I think that makes sense. That's what I'm known for, playing these kind of games, is the custom jank. Again, that is just one of my favorite things about custom items. It's just the stupid modes. I will say this was a good pick, though, to start this week for streaming, because honestly, man, it's been a month, as I've alluded to before, so I kind of needed something easy. I was actually, like, funny enough, I was planning to do a lot more of that randomizer that I started in February with, but I wasn't expecting the big Ocarina Majora combo rando to only be about a week. So that kind of threw me for a loop, to be fair. But then again, so did last week, so I guess not starting anything else yet was probably a good idea. It kind of worked out, just not in the way I was hoping. I don't know how to do this cut, but I had to try it. You like ride that wall and you go like all the way through. I kind of got it, but not really. Look, I've seen people play this course. I've never played this course on Retro. I'm gonna hold this for a bit. Okay, never mind. What was that bounce? Although the Bull Bill didn't know what to do, so nice, like, drawing little wall. I have a story to tell about how my month's been going, but I'm gonna hold that off until I finish this race based on how things have been going so far. Cause it ain't going great. Everyone here can VR for me because I ain't good. I don't really mind that. This is not my game. Give me one of the newer Mario Karts and yeah, I'll shine because I played those more and I'm more familiar with them. Not to mention, I think the barrier to entry on the skill ceiling for newer games isn't as bad. Mario Kart Wii kind of feels like the Smash Melee of Mario Kart, as it's pretty technical. But I do love playing me some Mario Kart Wii. You know I'm not great at it. Doesn't really matter. Yo, let's go. I'm waiting to see if people are going to do anything crazy here. Because that's the spot you want to hit people. No one did the big shortcut. This will at least put me back into the middle of the pack. Not a great spot for the Bill to drop me, though. What? That was almost into the wall. Are you serious? I thought they're gonna respawn faster. That's why I took the left. Well, guaranteed 8th because of no item. Maybe even 9th. Okay, no. 9th's too far, so guaranteed 8th. Yeah, that was pretty bad. I mean, to be fair, I shouldn't have even tried a shortcut I've seen people do and never attempted in my life. So that did kind of screw me up immediately. But I had to try something, because that that golden wouldn't have got me far. I'm gonna be honest. It's hard to use a golden on that track if you don't take major shortcuts in this game, so I had to kind of try it. Oh, man. Alright, I guess now I just jump into the story thing. So, this month has been kind of a roller coaster of just stress. Like, I'm not kidding. The last couple weeks has been some of the worst weeks I've dealt with in a recent time. And it has not been fun. I've been doing my best not to show it during those rando streams, but man, that was kind of hard. That was hard. Things have worked out now, knock on wood, but dear God, the get here was terrible. So I need to preference this with a little bit of a story to start. In January, I talked about swapping over to a new ISP, as I've had cable in this area for many years. We recently got fiber, so I made the jump. And then 2 weeks later, I'm not even kidding on this, they were bought out by a completely different company. They literally just moved into my neck of the woods, and then not even a month later, ownership changed hands. After the ownership changed hands, that screwed up my account. Like, really bad. So, I've been on a constant back and forth the whole month of February trying to get things straightened out. Because what happened was that my account information got mixed up during the buyout to an insane degree. I'm not going to say how much yet because I need to save for the end. Because when I reveal at the end, it's going to be the most head-inducing headache that you would ever feel in your life. And then you'll be welcome to my world. So, we get this new fiber internet installed in this area in January. Then going into February, they're bought out. So because of that, I need to swap out my equipment because apparently my equipment is in someone else's name now. I don't know how. I just got it installed like 2 weeks ago this time. So I had to set up an appointment for someone to come out and change things. I couldn't have someone send things to me. They needed to install a whole new box on the wall, even though mine was working fine. Alright. Sure, send your dude. I don't care. Just get this over with. And it was the most incompetent person I've seen in my entire life. I posted about this on social media because I was going to stream that day. But it would have been maybe a Twitch exclusive because it was going to be a thing where I was like, alright, this is already a late appointment. I don't know how long it's going to go. If it wraps up early enough, maybe I'll try to squeeze something in. The problem is, though, when the guy came, he had no idea why he was here. It was on his ticket to come here for an installation, technically, because he just needed to give me new equipment. He thought he had to fix the internet. So he wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't give me a new box. He wouldn't call his boss when I asked, can you just call someone to straighten this out? Like, no. He barely spoke English, so I had to do translating stuff on my phone just to talk with the guy. And I have no problem with that kind of stuff. I'm good. You speak another language? I don't care. I'm fine with that because, yeah, translator apps are a thing. But if you send a worker to my house, they kind of need to understand what I'm saying. And this guy did not. And some of it wasn't a language barrier. Some of it was ignorance. Because he knew what I was saying when I was saying call your boss. He refused. So fast forward, a couple days later, I need to make another appointment for the same job. Because my internet got turned off overnight. I had nothing. At all. And they just took money out of my bank account for a new month of service. They literally took the next paycheck. The same day they turned me off. Because they thought I was someone else. So I get another person out here on Monday from last week. They also don't know what the heck is going on, but at least they know what to do. Problem is, though, they couldn't do anything because apparently there was some weird confusion on the account, which I don't even know how this happened. Again, something got screwed up with this buyout. So they couldn't really do anything, but not even 10 minutes after this other guy leaves, then my internet gets turned back on. So apparently what they said on the phone, because I had to call someone to fix things, apparently that got things straightened out, and they turned back on my service. Because they saw there were some weird wires crossed, and did what they could to uncross them. I guess it wasn't enough, because 2 days later my service turned down again. So I've been without internet for like a week, even though I've been paying for it. That's been fun. So I had another guy come out. This time it was last Thursday, so this was only like 3 days later. And finally things were straightened out after that point. But dear God, to get to this stage was terrible. So to give context, in this area I live, just got quantum fiber installed. And then going into February, they were bought out by AT&T. Apparently, the AT&T buyout screwed up a lot internally. And I mean a lot, because oh dear God, how did my stuff get mixed up is beyond me. Because I need to go back for a minute. This is how stupid the story is. I don't even, like, why do I have some of the worst internet luck is beyond me? Because dear God, dude. The guy who actually came here to install the service didn't know what to do and wouldn't recall his boss because he didn't know what was going on. He mixed my account up with someone down the road. My service was activated for a completely different address, which is why it got turned off, because they had the wires crossed internally. So I wasn't getting my internet this whole time. I was getting the neighbors, essentially. Like, some dude in a completely different address. Same zip code. How do you do that? How? Like, I'm hearing on the call, last Thursday, for the third guy that's in here, he said a street I recognize, but it wasn't mine. That explains a lot. So, the TLDR is I woke up one morning to see a flashing blue light on my modem. Means no service. And then it got flipped on and off for the past week. Multiple times. And the reason being is because when someone came here to try to fix things, because I didn't need to, due to a corporate mix-up, they put a box in that was registered for a completely different address. This is why you need to call your supervisor. How do you do that? I don't understand that stuff, man. Yeah, agreed, man. I don't know how that mix-up happened. So, I am getting money back for all this lost time because this was all an internal error. But I'm not getting the full amount, so that's kind of annoying. I'm pretty upset about that. So I'm still fighting for some refund at this point. Like, still gotta call them again to say, hey, there's supposed to be more. Where's the rest? Like, you're crediting me for like 3 days. I technically have not had my service technically for like 2 weeks. Based on the time period you took out, and then when it got shut down, that doesn't add up. So, yeah, still kind of straightening things out, but at least the service is working, even though it was working to begin with. It's just someone crossed some random T's and I's together, and I got somehow a different address. That's impressively stupid. Like, there's stupid, and then there's that. God, man. So that's been my month. I literally have not been able to keep up with too much. I've had to, like, use my phone for a lot of things, and I had to use it sparingly. So, fun fact. I lost internet the same weekend that 2 different gaming events were happening that I wanted to play. So, I was playing the Sonic Racing Cross World and the Splatoon 3 events via my cell phone internet for that whole weekend. And then it got turned back on after those events were done. That's how bad my luck is. Legitimately, you can't make this up. Like, holy crap, I can't. I just can't make this up. But at least it's on now. Again, knock on wood. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm going live this week. Because I kind of need to get back to, doing my regular thing. It is technically a job. And things have gotten, pretty good, I would say, at this point for, like, just content creation stuff that I want to continue, like, pushing at the moment. And it's helped a lot to see some of the numbers just increase over the past few years. So it gives me the motivation. I want to do stuff. I've took off for a month of streaming going into the year. And then I had to take off again multiple times because of stupid corporate crap mixing up my accounts. So that's not great. But at this point, I want to get back to making stuff, man. I just want to do things. So with that said, I celebrated getting my services back by recording all the challenge mode in Pikmin 2. Don't do that. If you want to have a good time, don't. Why do I always put myself into the deep end of stress is beyond me. Let's just say, those videos are probably going to be the only videos you're going to see on the internet that gets all the treasures without losing Pikmin. Because you shouldn't do that. It is torture. I hate how my brain works for making videos because my brain tells me I need to do that to show off the whole mode. Because not losing anyone unlocks a story cutscene. But there's also treasure to show, and I have to show that. So with that said, the collection room can go burn in a fire. Oh dear god, that was probably the worst one. Legitimately. And that's saying something with some of the harder challenge rooms being in that. Like with, what? Cave of Pain and Bowie Den. Those are really bad as well. But at least you had enough time to play the maps. Not in that collection room. You have no time, and it's terrible. Those will come out eventually. I'm in the current process of putting the videos together now. I'm glad at this point. I'm mostly done filming Pikmin 2 stuff. I mainly now just need to get some extra content filmed for bonus stuff. But I'm now starting to get slammed by bullet bills, thanks. I'm now starting to work on a new series, because after the post-game stuff is done in Pikmin 2, I kind of want to take a little bit of a break hosting the videos and do something else for a little bit, just to give the channel variety. That's why I kind of need to work on more stuff now. I just have not been in the mood to edit for the past couple weeks because of, I don't know, repeats the story from earlier. So, you can understand why. I've not really been in the headspace to do work until now. Nice miss. Why do I keep on trying this? It doesn't work. I'm in a terrible angle. I need more speed. Like, stop. I need literally a bullet because of that. Everyone's at the big shortcut. That's how far behind I am. That is insane. I'm getting dead last because I had to constantly go for something. That doesn't even help me now. I'm too far behind for striking people. This doesn't even help. Again, I need a bullet to do anything. I think we're gonna do one more race, and then we're gonna do a set of custom games to end this out. Of all the tracks. It's gotta be one of the most simple tracks we end on, huh? You're lucky I'm going to custom mode after this. It's not that I hate a psych bike, but not much going on here. Like, look. Just a giant oval. I have no idea why, but this track, when it came out on the Wii U, was like one of the most picked tracks for a very long time. And I never understood why. Like, it's a fine track, but not pick it every single time it pops up in rotation good. And that's the thing that happened a lot. So I kind of got tired of a psych bike because of that. That was a fib. Alright. Well, I was right on top of another one, so I couldn't tell. I'm gonna use this again now. Oh, crap. Well, that was bad timing. I was trying to get that item box before the Funky got it. Timed that a little incorrect. And how did I miss the item on that drift? Alright, well, this is gonna be a bad ending. Oh, it wouldn't matter. Never mind. I might have a chance. Alright, we barely got 5th? Okay, I thought it was 4th. I think someone barely passed me at the very end, that's why. Alright, well, that's it for me for the night here. I don't know if that picked up, but my echo just responded to me saying 4th. Sure. I gotta remember to mute that thing when I go on broadcast. I always forget. That's it for me here on the online component. Let's finish out tonight with some custom item rain stuff. Well, not item rain. I mean, I don't even know how you would do item rain in this offline. I'm not doing that. I'm doing custom items. I'm gonna do one race with, I think, 4 different customs. So let's first start with a random. Whatever it gives me, we do. That looks terrible, but we'll do it. So it's just shells, bananas, and it's just triple star and a blue shell. So this is going to be very aggressive. Put it back to 150. And this is where I want to show off some of these custom tracks, because there are a lot of custom-made courses added to this game over time. It's actually insane of how many custom courses we have now. Thing is, I don't think this is in any specific order. I think these are just, like, added ones. We talked about it earlier, so how about we go play some Pokemon with Poke Floats? This is literally like the Poke Floats melee stage, but made into a race car track. I like the little Pokemon on the clouds. They're extremely low poly. They're from, what is it, Pokemon Rumble on the WiiWare? That's why they're super low poly. It's based off the WiiWare game. It actually makes a lot of sense. Kind of want to hold that red for a while, but alright. At this point, I'm just going to get reds and greens, probably mostly green shells, based on where I'm at. But the likelihood of blue shells being a thing... Wait, why is there a POW? Oh, this is really terrible. How am I allowed to still drive that? I don't understand why there was a POW, because wasn't that one of the items that were off? Maybe I missed that in the random. I'll see when I'm done here, because I'm going to back out and get a different setup of random after this. Oh, there's a blue. Well, good news, from this far back, there's a higher chance I might get a star. Don't like being that close to the Mega. Yeah, I guess Powers is also one of the things in the random. Okay, I landed on the booster. That's impressive. And I pulled that out the second I got hit, so I got side-redded. These items are really wrecking in this race. Nice side attack, we'll take it. Really? Hoping for the side red. That did not happen. Yoshi. Very close, but we're good. Alright, there's our first custom. I'm going to do 4 of these in total. That's our first one. Every time, though, I am going to swap the items. I will be quitting races every time. So placement's not going to really matter. I gotta pay attention to what this says before I hit random, though, because I could have swore I didn't see a POW block in this. Oh, there was a POW block, so I just missed that. Alright, next random is... Okay. This is gonna suck. Triple greens, bomb, no single mushroom, but the other 2 mushroom types are on. Blue shell, rain and banana, and lightning. Alright, another custom one. Trying to think. There was one here that... Yeah, I think this is it. Banished Courtyard. This is one of my favorites from CTGP, which thankfully was ported over in the Retro Rewind. This track is cool. If it's the one I'm thinking. Yes, this is. The big difference, though, between this version of the track, though, and the one in CTGP is the lighting. It's like a nice, beautiful daytime here, compared to in CTGP, it's like Bowser's Castle, where it's like a red sky and everything. I kind of prefer that look, honestly, but this isn't bad. Banished Keep here is like really good. Such a big course with so many different paths to take. One of the things I really do like about it. I wonder if I can do the big shortcut here. I'm gonna try it. Like, you go here, then you do this. I think you need a mushroom for that, because I definitely didn't have enough speed. It didn't hurt to do that when I'm so far ahead. That's why I figured, we'll try the shortcut. Because if you don't have a mushroom, you're better off going down this path. I did not mean to do that, but I guess it didn't matter. so far ahead right now of everybody. I want to try that shortcut again. I think maybe I hold back. I do like this. Yeah, you could, I think, make that without a mushroom, but I don't know the timing. Again, I don't really think it was that big of a deal to try it again because I was so far ahead. Toad is the closest to me now, and even then, I'm still gonna gain some distance. So far ahead, that actually doesn't matter. I wish I had a mushroom, because there's a pretty big little shortcut you can do here at the very end. I can show it, because I'm kind of far enough ahead. You can jump down here in particular. There is a piece of floor there, and you see the finish line on the other side of that wall. If you have a mushroom, you can take a super tight turn at the very end there on the left, which will allow you to jump a gap and hit that finish line early, which is pretty nice. But you need a mushroom for that. I don't think a star would make that normally. Alright, so now I did the 2 randoms I want to do. Now we're going my way. Oh, that just turns everything off. Okay, interesting. Nothing but bullets. I love this game mode. Nothing but bullets is always fun. Alright, another custom course. Let me see, what else do we got here? There's another cool one to show off. Wait, U-Torrent's Divinity? Why is U-Torrent even still a thing in 2026? That was moved on to Q-Torrent, not U-Torrent. I'm actually, that caught my attention too much. I need to see what the heck U-Torrent's Divinity is all about. This software, man, went the way of adware at one point, which is why nobody uses it. So, to have a custom race course called something based on this adware torrent software is really weird. Like, uTorrent used to be really good. At a time where internet speeds weren't as fast as they are now, downloading files via torrent programs was the way to go. But there's no reason nowadays to be doing that stuff. So, software like this is completely unnecessary. I think now torrents are mainly associated with like very specific files and mostly pirating, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, what's with the fib? There's just bullets only, so that must be a failsafe. If I get a fib, then that's a failsafe thing. Yeah, there's nothing but fibs on the rotation. So you only have to be in a certain spot to get the bullets, unfortunately, which makes sense. Because I remember certain jank like that in like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and Mario Kart World with its custom items. You can't always pull that specific item you picked for a custom thing, depending on your spot. So if I want another bullet, I need to fall back down to probably like 6th or something. Yeah, I don't know what this has to do with uTorrent. Like, at all. I remember using uTorrent, like, back in the day. Again, before internet speeds were they were now. That's where you would download some things. Like, I remember downloading some, like, game mod stuff. And this was, like, years ago at this point. Like, over 10 years ago. But even then, I remember that time, uTorrent was starting to get filled with ads, like, every other time you'd open software. Because they were bought out. And it was just a mess. Into the wall we go. Now, it's making me wonder, is my last game mode idea I have in my head even gonna work? I think I might get a lot of fibs in this one too. We'll see. I may have to improvise and make a second game mode out of it. We'll see how the race goes. I think you might have an idea what it is, based on my reflection. Nothing but bullets was this game mode. Wait, how did the Mega get turned on? And also the Fib. So Megas were also in the pool for a failsafe. Interesting. No, nothing but blue shell. It didn't turn anything else on. Okay, so I think this one might actually work. I didn't mean to fully back out. That was a mistake. Let me just make sure here really quick. Look at the settings, items. Yeah, it didn't turn anything else on, so nothing but blue shell should work. Did they have the Paper Mario course added into this by chance? Let me see. Local floats. Cosmic Construction. I think I remember seeing Wario's Cosmic Construction. That's a cool course. Wispy Woodlands. That's based on Kirby. Bowser Jr.'s Fort. Is it? I think it's Bowser Jr.'s Fort I'm thinking of. No, this is not the one. There's a specific course that's based off of Paper Mario. I was trying to see what that one was, and if it was in this. I know it's in CTGP, I just don't know about this. Oh, good news. I'm getting a blue shell. Fort Francis, that's another one, technically, yes. That is, I don't know, that's in this? But that's based off Super Paper Mario. There's another one I'm thinking of, but I don't remember what it is. I thought it started with Bowser Jr. something. That's the issue. There's a course in particular that's based more around, like, Paper Mario. I think more in, like, the modern games, like with Sticker Star onwards, because it's mainly just Paper Mario, the Paper Toad, stuff like that. And that was the one I was trying to think of. But I don't know if it's in this. That one's gonna get wrecked, including me. Oh, I can do it to myself. There's no point in doing that, it's just funny. This is what I expect from nothing but blues. The fact they let you do this, but not bullets, is kind of stupid. Because you brought it up, I can show that course off. Because, dear God. There's so many blues. There. Let's go change character. I'm gonna put on mushrooms as well for this because I want to show some blue shell dodging. Also to see if I can even do it. A single mushroom, that's all I need. Well, that's blue shell only. It's insane, but doing a whole race of that is just torture. I know that for sure. Alright, let's see. Forgotten Factory. I don't remember. Is that also Kirby? It might have been. Problem is, there's no like real alphabetical ordering here. I could kind of fix that. One time I actually want to use alphabetical order. Because I believe that is what the custom course should be called. It's just Fort Francis. So I'm looking for an F course. There it is. I don't know if the other one I'm thinking of is in this. I know it's in CTGP, but this is the Paper Mario course I know for sure is in Retro Rewind. Actual Fort Francis. So this is your Super Paper Mario course. So we'll end tonight playing on this one, Blue Shell and Mushroom. So at least first place has some chance of living. And I like this is actually based off of, I think this is the battle music theme. Because this doesn't have a custom song, so it's playing one of the standard themes in Mario Kart Wii. Was that the one saying, I go online and complain on the internet about things? I don't know what that post is. I need to see it going by again. I'll have to pause. Or if I get far enough ahead, I can stop. But that's probably what that is, because that's the most famous Super Paper Mario quote. For good reason, because it's extremely accurate, even to today's standards. We were literally talking about that earlier with Pokemon. Oh, I used that too early. I was trying to make a shortcut, which I would have made, and then Blue Shell. I have time. And also items, so. I can't see that, though. Well, I gotta go. I think that is the I go online and complain about the internet thing. It's just super hard to see from this distance, so I can't confirm it, but I do believe that is the quote on the wall. Because again, that's the most memorable screenshot from Super Paper Mario, because it's extremely accurate. This course is really fun, by the way. Like, yeah, it's kind of a meme. For legitimately the one thing that's on the wall there being an actual meme. But in general, no, this is a solid course. I keep on using those mushrooms too early. Trying to take actual shortcuts. I shouldn't have done that. Yep, bad call. Well, I'm gonna get a blue shell now. Let me show you your path, because I'm already kind of screwing this up. This path skips an item, but it gives you 3 boosters. Wow, that actually got me in the first. I'm shocked. No! I hope I get a good respawn. Okay, well, Peach is getting ahead. I can maybe salvage this. Nope, I hit, like, the corner. Okay. I'll at least get second. That's not terrible. I think I'll take it for closing out tonight on that one. I think that's good enough. I'm gonna go back into the course really quick, because I want to get a good look at that wall. I haven't been able to get a good look. I want to see the quote. Because it's way too fitting. Yeah, I don't know if the other Paper Mario course I'm thinking of is in this. If it is, I have no idea what it's called. Because there are a lot of custom courses now added to Retro Rewind. And I only know of like 5 or 6 off the top of my head. This is one of the retros I know of. I know about the Banished Keep we just played before. Because that's a really good course. That's why I remember that one. One of my favorites. Alright, let's get a good look at the wall. I love going on... Did they change that? I think that says Discord. I think they might have changed it. Hang on. Okay, I can't believe I need to do this, but I'm loading it up on Dolphin because I need to see this in its glorious, like, 1080p. I legitimately think they did change that to say Discord, which is another hot button topic now, so what a change. Maybe not for the best. They changed it to that. thinking about it. But it is accurate, I guess. Can't believe I'm loading this up in this game because I need to see a screenshot that's altered. Did that not apply? Oh, it did. Let me just back out and go back in, I guess. That used to say internet, so that's why I'm surprised it's changed. It was probably made specifically for this. I don't know if I have free cam on, but I'm just gonna do the standard pause trick again. I can't remember. I used free cam like once on Dolphin. Funny enough, I actually had to use the free cam option in Dolphin when I was recording Shadow the Hedgehog. That's how I was able to route out one of the missions in that game with all the bombs, like the 30 bombs you needed for the dark mission. So I used the free cam in Dolphin to make it a little bit easier to see things. They did change it. I love going on Discord and complaining about... Wait, hang on. Let me open up the Dolphin menu here because I'm going to pause the game. Oh, I can't. It doesn't let me pause. I'm just going to screen grab it then. Wow, it literally does say that. Okay. This is what it actually says. I love going on Discord and complaining about custom tracks I've never played. True. Alright. That's a good one to change it to. It's fitting for a custom track distribution mod like this. That's pretty funny. Although the Discord thing, again, kind of hot button topic based on the hot wire they put themselves in recently. So that might be changing to just internet soon enough if people keep on leaving Discord like they are. Just kind of funny to see that. Alright, well, that's one way to end the game for tonight. Let's swap over to the full cam so we can have this on a proper talking note. That was fun. Cool little custom distribution here. I definitely recommend people check out if they haven't already. Retro Rewind is probably the way of playing Mario Kart Wii nowadays if you haven't played the game before. It's very easy to get into this specific version of the game, not to mention that, you know, it's not only console compatible, it's also on compatibility on PC because of the Wheel Wizard, and I believe that works on everything, so I'm not 100% sure on Mac because nobody ever thinks of Mac gaming, but I know it's compatible on Linux, so for everyone making the jump, you can play this on your Linux machine, including the Steam Deck, very easily. But that's it for tonight's stream. Thanks to everyone who came out tonight. This was fun. We'll be back tomorrow playing some Sonic Triple Trouble 16-bit. Kind of going into this pattern of this week, playing a lot of fan-related projects. I've only played a few levels of the original Triple Trouble on Game Gear. Never beat it. So it would technically be my first time playing the whole game via the fan-made remake. So it'd be interesting. Definitely come by tomorrow, check that one out. And go watch the Pikmin 2 series if you haven't already. We're still strong into the post game. Just started to explore our final area, the Wistful Wild. So, making some headroom in Pikmin 2. Go see that if you haven't already as well. But with that said, that's it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you back here tomorrow for some Sonic Triple Trouble. Take care and have a good night, everybody.